Welcome to the Sunset Archon channel, where we aspire to gain from Knights of First Light. And today we will be playing Genshin Impact version 4.4, and we are just 22 days and 8 hours away from Genshin Impact 4.5 maintenance, 31 days until Princess Peach showtime, 62 days until Sandland, and 153 days until the 20th anniversary of Paper Mario: The Thousand Year Door. And we're still waiting on a release date for Visions of Mana, but I'm hopeful and keeping an eye on that page, and you should too. And without further ado, let us start up the game. We have a lot planned today, starting with what would have been completing the end of Lantern Rite, but it is recommending that we do Furina's story quest first. So, that's just what we're gonna do. And we were taking out a lot of the story quests that I have in the backlog anyway. Alright. The Little Oceanid. Before I forget, just claim that next key.
Exactly.
Oh.
But none of them believed it.
And we just look at that, we're right in front of it.
There'll be an extra fee for that.
Hey, Catherine, it's us. Got any new commissions? Specifically one with a huge more attack, perhaps?
You didn't have to be so direct.
Paimon's just being enthusiastic. We're old friends now, she gets it.
It's always a pleasure to see our two most avid adventurers again. Looking for the next challenge, I see.
Hello, Small Bean. Welcome to the stream.
Actually, we do in fact have a rather urgent commission that is still open. Having read the details, however, I don't believe you'd consider it to be lucrative.
Don't worry about that. We were just kidding. So what's the situation?
To put it simply, the requester is looking for a temporary replacement actress for their musical. The original cast member ran into some issues, and is currently unable to perform the role. But the troupe has also been experiencing some financial difficulties, so unfortunately they cannot afford to pay the replacement actress.
That does sound like a tricky situation. So basically they're looking for a volunteer?
That's right. Our adventurers reached out to many actresses, but none of them were willing to take the job. There are only a few days left until the performance. If they can't find someone in time, they'll probably have to postpone the show. And delays tend to create all sorts of new problems.
Got it. Oh, this one's a doozy. What do you think, Traveler? Any ideas? Even if we took the commission, neither of us have any experience starring in musicals.
If you're interested in helping, why not start by having a chat with the requester? He's right over there. Maybe you can't fill the role yourselves, but you might be able to help him figure out another solution. Maybe there's something he hasn't thought of.
Oh, it's that guy, huh? No wonder, he looks like he just ate a sour lemon.
Are you the Sunset Archon because you farm Sunsetias, or do you farm Sunsetias because you are Sunset Archon? Yes.
Paimon approves! Let's go! Hello there! Are you the guy looking for a new actress?
Wait, I know you two. Are you really willing to act in my musical?
Wow, sounds like we're pretty famous in Fontaine already. But to answer your question, neither of us have any experience in musicals. But we heard that you're in a bit of a bind, so we figured we could at least try to help you think of a solution.
Ah, I see. It's okay. I knew that asking for a volunteer was a long shot. If we can't find someone to step in, we'll have no choice but to cancel the show. It would be such a shame. That's the thing. We're not some high-profile theater troupe, just a group of amateur enthusiasts. All our sets and props are very crude. We're grateful enough just to get an audience, never mind ticket fees. If we had a way to make this profitable, things might have turned out differently. But now, it looks inevitable that we'll disband.
Disband? You're splitting up the troupe?
Oh, I guess the lady at the Adventurers Guild didn't tell you? Yeah, this is supposed to be our final show together as a troupe. One last show. And after that, we go our separate ways. So we were really hoping to end on a high note. Nobody wants things to just fizzle out. Not after all the time and effort we've invested into it. Yeah, the leading lady, in fact. She's been dealing with a chronic illness ever since childhood, and unfortunately, it flared up again recently. It really drains all her energy, so she's in no state to perform. The show just won't be the same without her. But for everyone else's sake, I still hope we can find a way to hold the performance on schedule.
Yes, I have eaten. I normally get up early to actually make myself a balanced breakfast.
Got it. We have a clearer picture now. Let's see if we can come up with any ideas. What if we sponsored the show? Traveler, how much more are you carrying?
Please, there's no need to go that far. I wouldn't feel right asking such a huge favor, and I can't promise that we'd ever be able to pay you back.
Good point. If the actress just goes through the motions for the Mora, that's not exactly rescuing the show. We should find someone who will put on the best performance possible. Oh, wait! What about... you know who? That's how you know we're the best of partners. Anyway, she should have all the free time in the world right now. She's really good at performing, and she was once super popular with the crowd. Performing in a musical should be a piece of cake for her.
Who are you thinking of? Sounds like someone famous. Her! You're... That was a joke, right?
Nope. Paimon doesn't actually know if she's performed on stage before, but Paimon's pretty confident that she'd be really good at it.
You're not wrong there. She has actually performed in a number of big-name shows before. They were one of the reasons she was so popular. But even if she's no longer the Hydro Archon, it's not like she's suddenly a commoner. She's still an idol to many people in Fontaine, including myself. I just think Lady Furina might feel a bit out of place in an amateur troupe like ours. Well, yes, but... Fair enough. I mean, if she was actually willing to, then of course I'd be honored to have Lady Furina star in our show. I'm sure the rest of the troupe would be delighted too. I'm sure everyone in our troupe has probably dreamt of performing on stage with her one day. Of course, it all depends on whether she's interested. She might consider this opportunity beneath her.
No point in stressing about that. We'll only know if we ask her. And besides, things are different now. There's no reason for her to be all high and mighty anymore.
Thank you for your help. I guess I'll just stay here and wait for the good news. Good luck.
Wait, where does Furina actually live nowadays? She used to live in luxury at the Palais Mermonia, but she's, moved out, right?
As it happens, I have her current address here. I can provide it to you.
Ooh! When did you get here?
I came over when things were starting to sound more promising. I thought I should be at the ready in case my assistance is needed. It is my duty to support commissioners in any way I can.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Well, now that we've got the address, we'll go find Furina. Back in a jiffy.
I can't believe they're seriously asking Lady Furina. Seems a little over the top.
Try not to worry. May I pour you a glass of water?
Behold!
give us the right address? She lives here? Not that there's anything wrong with this place, it's just, a bit of a step down from the Palais Marmonia.
You know, it's common courtesy to make sure the homeowner isn't an earshot when you're denigrating their abode.
Ah! Okay, when did popping out of thin air become all the rage? First Catherine and now you?
I was just out on a shopping trip. I ran out of macaroni, so I went to grab a few more bags. I used to have a much wider range of choices when it came to food, but now I'm finding that simple, traditional home cooking can be quite delicious too. Not at all. As long as you have different kinds of sauces in, you can have macaroni and tomato sauce one week, macaroni and bolognese the next.
Oh, sounds like you're really struggling to cope.
How rude! Questioning my cooking skills. The audacity! It's not like I have a very eventful life these days. Actually, I barely leave the house. So I don't see how it's unusual that my meals are a little simpler now too. Besides, I'm sure I could master dishes like la lettre faucilor or blubber profiteroles in no time, if I felt so inclined.
Ah, there it is. You don't know how to cook.
Not yet, maybe, but... Anyway, what are you even doing here? I do hope you didn't come here just to ogle at my fall from grace. Let me first be clear that I'm not taking guests at this time. So if you're just here to clown around, then please be on your way. Shoo!
Sorry! We're sorry! Please don't be mad! Yeah, exactly! What the Traveler said! Paimon wasn't trying to make fun of you. Hang on a sec, you weren't exactly holding back either!
My help? Well, maybe you're forgetting that I'm no longer the mighty Hydro Archon. I don't even have a vision, you know.
Don't worry, it's nothing that serious. It's just very specific, and you're the one with the power to help!
Oh? Well, if that's the case, then fine. I'll spare you the lecture about your attitude just now. So tell me, what specifically makes this matter so specific? Ah, I see. I knew you couldn't have come all this way just to amuse yourselves at my expense. After all, I was once the brightest star in all of Fontaine, well-versed in all the various performing arts. A mere musical is well within my capabilities. But given the present circumstances, I'm afraid I must regretfully decline your casting request.
How come? It sounds like this would be a breeze for you!
True, but I have made a decision to retire from the stage. Although I am no longer required to play the role of the Hydro Archon, the time I spent inhabiting that character has left an indelible mark on me. Centuries of pretending to be a different person changes you completely. I'm not the same person I once was. Of course, that can't be undone now. It's too late, and I have no intention of reinventing myself all over again. But at least I can say that I no longer desire to play any new roles.
Paimon can understand, but this is just a one-off part to fill in for someone who's sick. Surely that's okay.
Whether it's a one-off or not, it's a boundary that I've committed to no longer cross. If I make an exception to the rule now, I'm just leaving a back door for myself, which would be the same as not having a boundary in the first place. So I'm not going to perform, and that is that.
Okay, guess there's no convincing you. Well, is there anything else we can do to help out the troupe? Otherwise, they'll just have to disband without any fanfare. Do you know any other actors who might be interested in the role?
Nope.
Short and to the point, okay.
I've never been great at maintaining relationships. Besides, anyone I've ever worked with probably couldn't wait to get rid of me. Since I'm just an ordinary person now, they'll probably just laugh in my face if I go asking them for help. Look, I'm sorry, okay? I'm sorry I drew a line in the sand without thinking about every possible grain on the other side.
Well, is there anything else we can do? This performance really means a lot to the guy we're working for.
Have I not made myself clear? You're barking up the wrong tree. I don't want this job, nor do I know of anyone else who would. Sorry. I didn't mean for that to sound so harsh. I wish I could help, really. But if I thought I had the answer to this problem, I would have said so by now.
It's all right, Furina. Paimon just wanted to make sure we tried everything. Oh, everyone in the troupe will be so disappointed. Yeah, I guess that's all we can do now. All right then, we'll see you around, Furina.
Toodaloo to you too. I'm going home to take a rest now.
It's too bad, but we have to respect Furina's decision. Maybe the thought of performing brings up too many painful memories now. Huh? What's going on? Are they arguing?
That's besides the point. I'll ask you again. Why did you start looking for a replacement without my consent? When did I tell you I'm going to take a step back?
You didn't need to say it. We've known each other for how long now? We know the signs. But you never tell us about your illness, even when it's clearly flaring up.
And that gives you the right to make a decision on my behalf?
Shortly after you left, the troupe's lead actress came to the Adventurers Guild. She believes that she's healthy enough to perform. Excuse me, but can you both take a moment to discuss something else for now? The adventurer assigned to your commission has returned.
Sorry, I was just dealing with a little misunderstanding. So, how did your conversation with Furina go?
Sadly, it's a no from her. We tried to persuade her, but she wasn't having it. She doesn't want to play the role for personal reasons.
I see. Well, circumstances have changed a little, so maybe that's not such bad news after all. You see, our leading lady has just informed me that she's well enough to make it to the show after all. Staging the musical with the full original cast was always the dream, of course.
Oh, right! Sounds like everything worked itself out then. Yeah, she'd be livid. We'd get the scolding of a lifetime.
Jeez, is Lady Furina really so harsh with people?
Only joking, calm down. So, guess we can consider this case closed now, huh? Despite the fact that we failed to complete the commission, we were still racking our brains for ideas on the way back here.
Look, there's no point arguing with you about this anymore. You've made yourself very clear, so I'll stop looking for a replacement. This is the last chance we have, though. If your illness flares up again, there won't be time to find anyone to replace you. So, are you absolutely sure you'll be able to handle it? The whole team is putting everything they have into this final performance. We have to make sure it goes ahead.
Yes, I'm completely confident. I've been taking a new medication from the doctor, and it's working brilliantly. I'll definitely be able to tough it out until the performance day. I share everyone's desire to commemorate all our years as a troupe with a proper farewell show. So the last thing I want is to be left out. Every one of us thinks of this troupe as their home, myself included.
You're right. I'm sorry. I let myself get too worried about the show. I should have asked for your permission first.
All's well that ends well. Sounds like the show will go on. Sure.
Hey, how did you... I was just passing by because I realized I forgot a couple of items on my shopping list.
You got caught that easily.
Alright, I'm coming. No need to drag me. Hello, one and all. I couldn't help but overhear your conversation just now.
Furina? Didn't you say you were gonna take a rest at home? What are you doing here?
I was just ever so slightly concerned about the situation you mentioned. Yes, a teensy bit concerned, that's all. When you came to talk with me earlier, I jumped right to explaining my position and said some strongly worded things. And all before I even had a full grasp of the situation. Anyway, I just feel a bit bad about how it went down. I'm sorry, Paimon.
Oh, it's totally fine. Paimon didn't take any of that personally.
You really have a knack for asking the most uncomfortable questions, don't you? I felt very sheepish, having had a change of heart after flatly refusing you. And then, to make matters worse, you caught me. But in any case, it sounds like the issue has already been resolved.
Yeah. When they said they were gonna ask for your help, I almost had a heart attack. I mean, how could we be worthy of having Lady Furina star in our show?
There's no need to think like that. And no need to keep addressing me as Lady. Just Furina is fine. I was wondering, if this troupe is so important to all of you, why does it have to disband? If the difficulties are purely financial, then there must be a solution. You could put the shows on pause while you look for a sponsor, for instance. Everyone seems so devoted to the troupe. I'm sure if you keep chipping away, you'll find a way through.
We all want to believe that, but some things are just beyond our control. Everything's been going downhill ever since we lost our director. She was the heart and soul of our troupe. She kept us going.
Her name was O'Reilly, and she was the founder as well as the artistic director of our troupe. And tragically, she was a victim in the serial disappearances case.
What?
That's actually how I recognized these two. It was all thanks to their efforts that the true culprit was brought to justice. But still, no sentence can bring our director back to us.
She was a loyal fan of your performances, Miss Furina. They were what first inspired her to get into musical theater. She rallied many people around her who were destitute or had lost their sense of purpose in life, and convinced them to join her troupe. She wrote her own scripts, acted on stage, and mentored each and every one of us. People loved our performances back then. We seemed to be going from strength to strength. Things were really looking up for us.
And then disaster struck.
Yeah. After that, the entire troupe fell into disarray. None of us know anything about script writing, let alone how to handle the business side of things. We've been doing the best we can. But despite our efforts, things are slowly but surely falling apart. It's agonizing. But ultimately, we'd rather end things now on our own terms than stick it out to the bitter end and watch all our dreams turn to dust.
Oh.
What a terrible waste. A gifted artist from humble beginnings who achieved so much and no doubt had much more to give. And then her life was so cruelly taken. I suppose it's fair to say then that this final show, besides being your farewell to the stage, is also your final gift for her?
Yes, exactly. We all miss her terribly.
Well, good thing I followed the Traveler here. After hearing this tragic tale, I can no longer stand by and do nothing.
Furina.
I know what you're thinking, but I by no means plan to cross the boundary I've set for myself. Besides, they're no longer looking for a replacement anyway. I can, however, provide some artistic guidance from the vantage point of a highly experienced audience member. But only if you feel this is something that would help, of course.
Oh, most definitely. We'll take any guidance that you can give.
We unfortunately don't have any budget for a consultant, though. Will that be a problem?
I don't need any compensation. All I'd ask in return, if you're willing, is that you tell me some more about the life and work of your late director. Something I've begun to realize since my departure from the Opera Epiclese is that there's a lot you don't see when you observe everything from on high. The law only judges criminal behavior and does not weigh human emotion. The court's verdict can settle the question of criminal liability, but what about all the unresolved emotions of the parties involved? What happens to them? An interesting answer. But if you ask me, I think all emotion shall ultimately return home to the heart and slowly settle with the passage of time. Take, par exemple, how this troupe pines for their late director. Things such as this I have never witnessed before, and so I should like to observe, perchance to understand.
Huh. Still a fan of your old dramatic monologues then, huh? You just want to get back in on the action, don't you?
No. This is a completely different situation. Pearls before swine.
The name's not Swine, it's Paimon!
Would you be willing to join me? Come on, take a break from adventuring to listen to a story.
Thank you all so much. Our director was a huge fan of Miss Furina's performances, as of course we all are. Alright, follow me. We'll go to our usual practice space. Please excuse the size. It's a little on the smaller side.
Exactly.
The wind rises. Too slow.
Huh? Lady Furina?
What's Lady Furina doing here?
Hello all. Allow me to explain. As of today, Miss Furina will be supporting our production of The Little Oceanid in the role of artistic consultant. These two over here are the ones that made it possible. They kindly reached out to Miss Furina on our behalf. I'm sure they need no introduction.
You bet! That was the trial of the century!
You helped bring our director's murderer to justice. We can't thank you enough.
Oh, please don't mention it. We're just here to join in on the fun.
So, you were saying, The Little Oceanid?
Yeah, that's the name of our final show. It's an unfinished script left behind by our director. One of our greatest regrets is that she never got to complete it. So, if we can bring it to the stage and make it a successful show, we can all take some solace in that.
Wait, but if it's not finished, then...
Yeah, we've been battling issues on every front trying to realize this dream. Anyway, let me give you a quick summary of what the story's all about. The protagonist of the story is a young Oceanid who transforms herself into human form, despite the protests of her family. She longed to live just like any other human, and sure enough, she found friendship and even love. Everything seemed perfect. But one day, her true identity was exposed, and her world came crashing down around her.
So far, so good. A classic tale. What happened after that?
That's one of the issues we've been trying to deal with. Unfortunately, this was as far as the director got with her script. We need a proper ending so we can bring this musical to the stage. But people have different opinions on which direction to take it in.
We still haven't decided between a happy ending or a true-to-life tragedy.
By true to life, you mean the director's sudden disappearance?
Yeah, like they say, truth is stranger than fiction. But then there's the question of whether we really want to use the stage to pass our raw pain onto the audience.
Exactly. A lot of the time, people come to watch a show just hoping for some light entertainment. We have to consider their emotional stake in this, not just our own. And one last thing. We're still waiting on confirmation from two of our main actors. The first is Paulo, who plays the protagonist's lover. He's locked himself away to focus on writing an ending for the script, but the deadline's passed and we still haven't heard from him. The other is Villemont, who plays the main antagonist. He took the director's death pretty hard. Hasn't set foot in the city since. He did write to us, promising that he'll be there for the final performance, but we haven't seen or heard from him since. So we're not really sure what to make of that.
Huh. Although, now that we have Miss Furina helping us, maybe we should take the opportunity to get everyone back together.
What opportunity? What do you mean?
Maybe you're unaware, but your name has always been like a rallying cry for us.
Our director was constantly singing your praises. All of us look up to you as a role model.
Oh, stop! You're making me all flustered. Although, not in a bad way. I suspect the reason they're dragging their feet is that they have their doubts about whether the show will really go ahead, considering all the issues you've been facing. But one by one, all the obstacles are being removed. Now is the time to rally the troops.
Makes sense. Okay, priority number 1, let's check in with Paulo and see where he's at with the ending. He went back to Poisson a few days ago. Said that staying in a friend's home might help him to relax and escape the feeling of isolation.
I thought the last thing his friend would want right now would be to take visitors, given that Poisson was flooded not too long ago. But I guess it's the opposite. A friend in need and all that.
Yeah, maybe he could use some company.
Poisson? Nothing. I suppose my presence will be indispensable if we are to restore his faith in the show. So, allons-y. To Poisson!
Pressure's on now. We gotta make sure we're fully prepared.
Squall and Fury. If I remember correctly, this is where he's staying.
Who is it?
It's me. Is the script ready?
You came all the way here for that?
Alright. Forget that for now. Just come on out. We've got some great news.
Nice try. Look, just give me some time, okay? I'm just wrapping up this last part of the script. I'll be out once I'm done.
Okay then. Looking forward to your masterpiece.
So, as expected, he's missed the deadline.
The ending is one of the most important parts of the show. even once he's done, it isn't final until we've all had the chance to read through and make sure we agree on it.
Someone told me they'd just seen you in Poisson. I assumed it was a case of mistaken identity, but sure enough, here you are. And Furina, too.
I was wondering if we might run into her.
So, you're here for Palo? Looks like he could be a while, so feel free to take a stroll around town in the meantime. I've made all the arrangements already.
Oh, it's okay. We can just wait here.
Thank you for being so considerate, Miss Navia. That sounds wonderful. We'll take that stroll. Get over here, you! How oblivious are you?
How are things in Poisson now? Any better?
Things are on the mend, but it's a slow process. Some people may never recover from the trauma they experienced.
I'm sorry to hear that. I wish there was something I could do.
Please, must our conversations take such a depressing turn every time we meet? We all have painful memories, but we don't have to let them cloud everything we do. And if you're trying to make a new start, perhaps it's best if you don't bring up the past all the time.
Thank you for your words of comfort. You make a very good point. But for now, at least, I think I should stay with the way I'm feeling for a while longer.
It's okay. These things take time. Moving on from a painful experience is easier said than done. Which brings me to why I'm here. I thought you should probably know that not everyone here is ready to forgive and forget after the Hydro Archon's inaction in the face of catastrophe. To avoid upsetting the peace, I told the townspeople that everyone here is a member of the theater troupe, and that you are just an actress playing the role of Furina. It's not a perfect solution, but hopefully it means you won't have to lie low while you're here.
That's so thoughtful of you, Navia.
Well, what do you expect? I am the courageous and considerate president of Spina di Rosula, after all, like my father before me. Anyway, that was all. Look after her now.
Off we go then. Let's take a look up there. I don't have any friends that I can be frank and honest with, so maybe she's right. You're the closest thing to friends that I have. I'm so grateful that Miss Navia was so understanding. To be perfectly honest, I didn't know if I was ready to meet her. It's always easiest to just run away from your problems. But that never fixes anything. You can't get around the obstacles without facing them.
So that's why you were nervous when they brought up Poisson.
Yeah. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't scared of coming back here. Still, I felt it was something I had to do. As I was saying before, I want to see for myself the things that I never could in the past. I'd be overjoyed if the people here could find it in their hearts to forgive me. But they're more likely to unleash a tirade of vitriol against me, which, of course, I completely understand and accept. Yeah, I can tell people are watching me. I'm sure some people here see the idea of someone coming to Poisson dressed as the Hydro Archon as extremely disrespectful. I used to be terrified of the gaze of other people, especially when they had suspicion or resentment in their eyes. I guess I wasn't quite ready for this after all.
I'm not surprised you're making yourself go through all of this.
What do you mean by that? You expected me to just keep running and hiding from my responsibility forever?
Look! There seems to be a crowd gathering over there.
probably time we made a move. How about we check out Spina di Rasula's ship? We should have a view of the whole of Poisson from there.
Nothing but cabbage and potatoes. Actually, now that I think about it, have we gotten a cabbage dish in Fontaine yet? Not sure if we have.
Following me.
I'm sorry. You probably just wanted a relaxing stroll. And here I am dumping all this heavy stuff on you.
We don't mind. It's actually refreshing to see a different side of you.
Great. Well, I appreciate your company, so please don't disappear just yet. I don't know whether you can tell, but the years of suffering and loneliness aren't the only reason I have a hard time facing up to who I used to be. As I stand here by the ship, I can't get the images of the rising water out of my mind. One after another, people were taken by the water. All those treasured lives and memories washed out of existence in an instant. They thought their god would protect them. They had absolute faith that when disaster struck, a divine power would save them from harm. And all the while, I played my part to perfection to convince them that was true. But then the floodwaters finally came, and the Hydro Archon did nothing.
You shouldn't look at it like that. You were only doing your duty.
I've had to go through so many moments like that for the sake of protecting the truth. As time went on, it got harder and harder to bear, and I became more lonely and isolated. Eventually, I realized I had nothing left except the truth. I became terrified of completely failing in my task, and was haunted by the thought of being left all alone, weeping on my throne. Fortunately, we were able to avoid the worst-case scenario thanks to the help of heroic individuals such as yourselves. Everyone rose to their responsibilities, and I finally regained my freedom. But on some level, freedom also means no longer being needed. I have no further use to people.
Paimon would have never imagined you'd see it that way.
Reward? I guess so. Back then, I didn't even dare to dream about having someone to confide in. I was scared of someone recognizing me for who I truly was, and exposing the secret I swore to protect. Believe in the Furina you see on stage. She is the one you can trust. I had to keep all my feelings, all my curiosity about life to myself. No one could be allowed to know. That's what I really meant when I said I'm no good at maintaining relationships.
So that's where you were coming from. Paimon totally thought you were just a bit of a diva at heart.
Could you please get off my case? I don't know what's gotten into you today. I'm making an effort here. You could at least try to do the same. I do. I once had nothing but the truth, and now I'm finally free to live my own life again. And even though I have no idea where I'm going right now, at least the choice is in my hands. All right, it's about time to head back. Paulo should have finished the ending by now.
Sure. Okay, let's head back and check it out.
The wind rises.
I think that piano stopped at just the right moment.
Didn't you say you needed to watch what you eat? You're supposed to be cutting down on fried foods, not wolfing down copious quantities of fish and chips, you know?
Come on. It's not every day we get to dine at Spina di Rosula's expense. Can you believe how generous she is? I'm not about to pass on free food. Anyway, my character doesn't need to be slim and good-looking. That's your job.
Are you kidding me right now? It's not your character's health I'm worried about, it's yours. I've spent my whole life battling the effects of ill health, and it kills me to watch you willingly ruin yours by filling yourself up with junk all the time.
Oh no, looks like they're arguing again. We're back! Could you maybe put your differences aside for a moment?
Ah, you're back. We've been enjoying Spina di Rosula's VIP treatment in your stead. Paulo's nearly done. We shouldn't have to wait too much longer.
Great! So you were discussing your characters, right? We heard she's playing the Oceanid who turns into a human girl. What about you?
Me? I'm an Oceanid too.
He was originally supposed to take the form of a crane, but he outgrew that role. Well, the costume at least. So now he's playing the boar instead.
Sorry.
The boar's not a bad character, actually. He's the one who raises the little Oceanid, yes?
That's right. He has some pretty memorable lines too, like when he imparts some solemn words of wisdom to the little Oceanid. If you become human, you can reveal your secret to no one. You will face suffering and loneliness. Is this truly what you want?
Wait, that sounds kind of familiar.
It's the most important line in the whole script. I think it's a symbolic statement about our director's life and legacy. She kept quiet about all the trials and tribulations she faced in running our troupe, allowing us to devote ourselves fully to performing. It was only after she was gone that we realized how tough her job really was.
You mentioned earlier that the troupe is like your home.
Yeah. I was born with an incurable illness, and once my family found out it couldn't be treated, they decided they didn't want me anymore. I spent some years taking whatever work I could find and trying to manage my illness with various medicines. But whenever I had a bad flare-up, I'd be lying in an alleyway for days at a time. It was like that until the director found me one day. She told me I had a great voice and asked if I was interested in studying singing from her. I said yes. She took me under her wing, taught me to both sing and act, helped me find Mora for my meds, took care of me when my condition decided to flare up. I know it was all a huge burden on her.
She sounds like a really incredible person.
She really was. She gave everything she had to her troupe and the people in it. All of us were so proud to call her our director. I was a lost child too when she found me. As the child of a murderer, my parents weren't around when I was little, so I got sent to an orphanage. The other kids were always picking fights with me. They'd say things like, "Come on, you must be pretty tough if you're the son of a murderer." It was just to taunt me, though. I was an easy target, and they knew it. One day, I got beaten up so bad that I just couldn't take it anymore, so I ran away. I lost all faith in humanity by that point. Thought the whole world was out to get me.
Let me guess. Fortunately, the next person you ran into was the director.
Yeah. For the first time in my life, I was somewhere I felt safe. And I promised myself I'd stay here until the day the group parted ways.
The day you hoped would never come. How times change.
Oh, you're finally done? Get your butt over here. There's someone I need to introduce you to. This is our new artistic consultant, Miss Furina.
Furina? The Furina? Oh my god, how did you manage to wrangle that?
Please, the honor is all mine. I was profoundly moved to hear about your troupe and your wonderful director. I just wanted to do something to help.
Bet that guy is regretting not coming out right away now.
Same here.
Even so, this is just... Oh, wow. I'm sorry. I'll try to calm down. Now, where was I? Ah, yes, the script, of course. Let me give you a rundown of how the story unfolds in my version of the script. I'm sure you're already familiar with the beginning of the story. A little Oceanid decides she wants to become a human, against the wishes of her family. She finds love and friendship in the bustling city. But then, disaster strikes. The people start to notice that all the fresh water in the surrounding area is slowly disappearing. The soil is becoming arid, plants and flowers are withering, and the people begin to panic. The little Oceanid, Cleo, and her lover decide to do something about it, and investigate the truth of the matter together. In the end, they discover that all the waste and pollution created by humans over the years has caused the fresh water to flee the land, as if driven by a consciousness of its own.
Consciousness? You mean the water is sentient?
Water as a conscious entity. There's actually quite a few stories that explore this theme.
Since the little Oceanid is a water spirit, she immediately understands how the water is feeling. She then tells her lover about her true identity, as well as the truth behind the crisis. Her lover accepts her for who she is, and works with her to find a way to bring the water back. However, unbeknownst to them, there were some people eavesdropping when she revealed her secret. The little Oceanid is accused of being directly responsible for driving the water away, and faces the greatest dilemma of her life.
And then?
In the end, she makes the brave decision to sacrifice herself to save her lover, and the rest of humanity.
Huh? But didn't they all treat Cleo like a villain? Why would she want to save them after that?
Well, she mainly wanted to save her lover, plus everyone who'd stood up for her.
Through her love for her human partner, she was able to find an even greater love, one that extended to all of humanity. Surely the biggest strength of Cleo's character.
There's actually something else that bothers me. You know the protagonist is supposed to represent the director, right? And she never had the chance to become a hero in our world. If we're serious about dedicating this show to her memory, we should make the ending as true to life as possible. What about if the little Oceanid is hounded to death by people who hate her, her lover makes sure her secret never gets out, and humanity continues down the path to extinction?
That sounds like too cruel of an ending to me, and perhaps a little irresponsible to present to the audience.
That ending would be a perfect mirror to Director Aureli's death, both arbitrary and meaningless. On the day when she went missing, Director Aureli had instructed us all, somewhat out of the blue, to leave the court of Fontaine and wait for her outside the city. We waited and waited at the rendezvous point, but she never came. By the time we returned to the city, she disappeared without a trace. We looked for her. The Gardamex looked for her, but she was nowhere to be found. Increasingly, all the signs seemed to point to her being the latest victim in the serial disappearances case.
The director was the kindest soul in the world, yet she was senselessly sacrificed for the sake of a so-called experiment by someone who had nothing to do with her at all.
But doesn't the way she suddenly told you to leave the city suggest that maybe she had some sense of what was about to happen? It almost seems as if she was moving you to safety.
I've been trying to follow up on that ever since, but all my efforts so far have turned up nothing. Villemont might know something, but he won't open up to me.
Villemont? The one who's playing the role of the villain?
Yeah. He's been overwhelmed by grief. I think the director's death hit him hardest of all.
Grief? Guilt, more like. Also, I have a hard time imagining that anyone took it harder than me. Because, well, speaking of the play being true to life, I was deeply, madly in love with O'Reilly.
What? You kept that one quiet.
It's time to be upfront with you all. No more keeping secrets from each other. We'll never be able to agree on the ending if we can't be honest about how we feel. I did tell her how I felt once, but she turned me down pretty much straight away. She said that we were all like brothers and sisters to her, and she'd never considered us as potential romantic partners. Not that it came as a shock or anything. It was what I was expecting to hear. So I told her I'd always be there for the troupe, and I'd always be there for her. I said, maybe one day in the future, when everyone's settled into their own lives and on the up and up, and managing the troupe no longer required her constant attention, well, maybe then she could reconsider what she really wanted in her life. And now, that day will never come.
Oh, Paulo.
So if I'm the one writing this ending, then I'm gonna make sure it does right by O'Reilly. I won't let anyone get in the way of that.
In that case, you have to straighten things out with Villemont once and for all, face to face. We've all had our differences of opinion over the ending, but those two have never seen eye to eye on anything. One of them has to compromise if we're ever going to reach a final decision.
Well, if that's where we're at, looks like it's time to go visit Villemont.
Are you ready to face the truth?
Honestly, I'm slightly terrified. But for the sake of our final performance, I'll do whatever it takes. Funny you should ask, though. You really do get what I'm going through right now.
I certainly do. Come on, everyone. Allons-y!
Too slow.
Oh right, I collected the crystal flies yesterday. Well, within the last 12 hours.
This is tough going. Delphi, are you sure you can manage in your condition?
I could ask you the same question. Try to keep up.
One with the force. Yeah. Behold.
As if this journey wasn't tough enough already without a roadblock.
Don't worry. We should all be fine with the traveler here. We don't need to take a detour. Wait, why are you all looking at me? You're not seriously expecting me to fight, are you?
We're just curious, that's all. I don't think anyone's ever seen Furina in a fight before.
Yeah, but don't you remember why? The Hydro Archon willingly gave up all her power so it could be converted into indemnitium. Miss Furina said so herself.
Precisely! And I'm not even the Hydro Archon anymore, so all my power is gone anyway. As much as it pains me, unfortunately, I should just stay put. I'm more like a damsel in distress more than anything.
That sounded so smug. Ugh, secondhand embarrassment is unbearable.
C'est la vie. This doesn't require god-level powers. Don't you know any self-defense?
Hey, lay off, all right? My bluff is hanging from a thread here. I'm sorry. I got carried away. Please help us out, would you?
Aw, too bad. I was so pumped to feast my eyes on fight mode Furina.
Sorry to leave all the heavy lifting to you.
Don't worry, piece of cake.
Illusion shattered!
Motion to compel. Time for your arraignment. Incinerate. Bravo! Good show. You certainly live up to your reputation.
Yeah, thank you. Anyway, the path is cleared now, so onwards and upwards.
Onwards and upwards.
Villemont, are you there?
Huh? Oh, it's you guys. Wait, what's Lady Furina doing here?
I can explain. We've been rounding up the whole troop. We now have everyone except you.
So, you think knowing the truth about the director's disappearance will help you write an ending to the script that pleases everyone? I care just as much as everyone else about making the little Oceanid a success. That's why I wanted to wait until after the show. If I open this can of worms now, I just don't want to make things difficult between us. We're supposed to be a unit when we're on stage.
Villemont, avoiding the truth will not help anyone. Unless you mean to suggest that Aurelie's death had something to do with you.
I don't want to talk about it.
Listen, Villemont. I used to think that my love for Aurelie was a point of shame. I never brought it up to anyone. But now, I've made up my mind to put it all on the table. I'm prepared to face everything, to sacrifice everything for the sake of the show. The little Oceanid cannot be complete unless we do justice to Aurelie on an emotional level.
This is why people think of you as not being the smart one. As you all know already, the troupe was kept afloat not from ticket sales, but donations from the audience. Of course, that was nowhere near enough. We took on side jobs when we weren't performing, but even then, the troupe's financial situation was pretty dire. So, anyway, one day after a show, a merchant came to me and offered us a huge sponsorship. In return, we just had to provide the audience with their drinks during performances. It seemed like a win-win, so I said yes to it on the spot without consulting the director. It was only when the merchant came to deliver the goods that I realized the drink in question was synth.
Isn't that the drink paddled by the culprit behind the serial disappearances case?
I freaked out when I saw the boxes. And I told the director everything right away. She was completely shocked as well. But she didn't reprimand me for making the decision without consulting her. Instead, she contacted the merchant and stated that the troupe could not agree to this collaboration. The merchant was furious, berated us for going back on our word, and threatened to sue us for damages. The amount was astronomical. There was no way we'd be able to pay.
And then?
I was going to sort it on my own, but the director stopped me. She said that this was an issue for the whole troupe, and it wasn't my fault. But things only got worse from there. The synth merchant just wouldn't let up, and then suddenly the director told us all to leave the city one day. I knew then that things must have reached a boiling point. I admit this whole thing was my mistake.
I didn't dare to tell any of you the truth back then, and after the director disappeared, I was even more afraid to say anything. Yeah, I got Aurelie killed. There, I said it. Happy now?
Hey, don't say that.
You traitor! You knew Aurelie was in danger. Why in God's name didn't you tell us? What do you mean, you were afraid? This was a life-and-death situation. We could have saved her! How could you be so stupid?
Please, try not to get too worked up.
Yeah, listen to him. You need to stay calm.
Stay calm? How can I stay calm? This guy got Aurelie murdered! She was the love of my life! And he has the gall to try and high-road us, claiming that he kept his mouth shut for the sake of the show! How about taking some responsibility for what he's done?
All I can say is I'm sorry. Truly. I wanted to apologize to everyone in the troupe, but that won't bring back the director. What good is my apology now? I'm just a coward who made an awful, terrible mistake that I can never take back. Beat me up if you want. Kill me if you prefer. It's what I deserve. End my life. So I can meet the director and apologize to her in person.
Get out of my sight! Go! Get lost! I don't ever want to see your face again!
That's enough! You've screamed and shouted at each other for long enough. Now pipe down, both of you! Can you stop conflating the show on stage with your real-life relationships in the troupe? You keep saying that you want to use this final performance to pay tribute to your director and celebrate her life. How can you do that if you're just using it as an excuse to vent your own emotions?
You're right.
I'm sorry.
On stage, the lead role is the focal point of the audience's attention. And you're all used to seeing the director as the heart of the troupe. But in her own life, her greatest desire wasn't to be the center of attention. I can tell how much she loved you all, and how much she loved the troupe. What she wanted was to build a warm home for all of her brothers and sisters. To shield you all from the storms that rage in the world outside. That's how you should remember her. And that's what you should be celebrating. I understand why you're trying to make her the hero of the story, but isn't she your hero already? After everything she did for you?
Yeah.
So think hard about what that means. And then think again about what you hope to achieve by arguing with each other. If you really hate each other and can't reconcile your differences, then you could just call it quits now. Why bother with the final performance if the group is already fractured? But you can't bring yourself to do that, can you? You care too much about Director Aurelie and the home she built you all to let go. What are you laughing at? I don't see what's so funny.
Sorry, I didn't mean it that way. It's just that, for a moment there, it felt like our director was back with us again. If she'd seen Paulo and Villemont at each other's throats like that, she would have scolded them exactly like you did, in that same stern voice.
Really? But she sounded like such a gentle person.
Of course she was. Even her harshest lectures came from a place of kindness, and it showed. She really was a truly outstanding person.
What you said, it really puts everything into perspective.
I'm truly sorry. I really meant for this to be a genuine apology, but I ended up making it all about me and my self-pity.
It's all right. Let's save all this for after the performance.
So, the ending. What are we gonna do about it?
Clearly, everyone needs to take a step back for now and reflect on what really matters. When emotions are running high, things get lost in the fray. The end of the story needs to focus back on Aurelie herself. She's the true star of the show.
What do you mean?
The Traveler is right. You once investigated that underwater synth base and recovered items belonging to the victims. If you could find anything that O'Reilly left behind, perhaps we can get a better sense of what she went through in her final days.
You really think that's possible?
I trust that nobody would object to the ending of the story being based on O'Reilly's true feelings.
No.
Well, we'll leave this in your capable hands.
Come, let's pay a visit to the Palais Mermonia. The rest of you, head back to the rehearsal location for now, and wait for our good news.
Yep, still question marks.
Quit following me.
Hello, Stay, welcome. Yes, she is, but at the same time, she's still pretty strong. I have tried using her in that state. And she can hold her own.
Too slow.
Trying to work on collecting all of the flowers I need.
You want to review some recovered items connected to victims of the serial disappearances case? But, that case has been closed for quite a while now. Still, since you were the ones who discovered and submitted the evidence in the first place, you don't actually have to submit an application. Okay, please hold on. I'll have someone dig them out.
So, this is all O'Reilly left behind. Just whatever she was carrying on her person and this tattered old notebook.
Hey! It's full of script lines! And sketches too! Looks like they show where the different props should be placed on stage.
Let me take a look. Maybe there's something in here from after she was kidnapped. Aha! I found something. To whoever discovers this diary. Let's see. Looks like she kept a detailed record of her captor's actions. She even mentions the truth behind the experiments on dissolving young women. If we'd had the chance to examine this notebook carefully back then, it would have been a conclusive piece of evidence proving Vacher's guilt.
Vacher took so many lives. It's still so unthinkable how many victims he had.
I guess O'Reilly must have written all of this down in the hope that her records would one day be of use to investigators. Wait, it cuts off. Her handwriting here gets patchier and more illegible by the line. She probably didn't have much strength left. Her final words are... I'll let you read them for yourselves.
Someone else was taken. That makes 6. Or perhaps the 7th. Someone tried to escape yesterday but was caught. She hasn't been seen since. Was that yesterday? Maybe not. I've long since lost track of time. Sorry, I don't know if writing this is of any use, or how much longer I can do it for. I can already see my fate approaching. What terrifies me even more is the thought of seeing others from the troop here. Have I truly protected them? Sorry. I'm so sorry. I can write no more. I think I have a fever and my old stomach troubles have returned. but nobody has given me any medicine. I suppose I am more fortunate than Crochet? The pain keeps her awake at night. I suppose they think that anything goes as long as the experimental subjects can be used up before they die. It's so damp here. I've given her my blanket. So cold. So cold. So cold. As long as one persists, all things will pass. There will be a reward for hard work. I like to tell them such things, but it is I who am losing my grip. If anyone sees this, troop safe, I them important. Please, farewell, apologize, life, perform, future, regret, Cleo. This page is an absolute mess, and the writer's pen seems to have wandered its surface at random. Only some words can be made out, and barely at that. From this page onward, the diary stops, to be replaced with lyrics from musicals. Some are in the form of newspaper clippings, others are handwritten with many crossings out and changes. It is apparent that the pages have been referenced often, and that this was the personal notebook of artistic director O'Reilly.
She was so terrified.
She may have been a mighty hero in the eyes of her troop, but at the end of the day, she was only human. I can't bear to think how painful and lonely her final days must have been. Wait. This part on the last page sounds strangely familiar.
Flipping through the notebook, the lyrics continue. However, one page has been torn out, folded up, and placed next to the last blank page. At the bottom of the folded note are two new lines O'Reilly had written, in handwriting much more legible than before, but it seems that they took her both great effort and a great deal of time to write. If you become human, you can reveal your secret to no one. You will face suffering and loneliness. Is this what you truly want? Because I am an older sister to them, I love them.
If you become human, you can reveal your secret to no one. You will face suffering and loneliness. Is this truly what you want?
Isn't that the most important line in the Little Oceanid?
Because I am an older sister to them.
Oh.
So she didn't regret her decision, even as she sat in silence, waiting for death to come. I'm sure this is what the troupe would have hoped to hear as well. She had their utmost trust, admiration, and love, and she truly deserved it. Let's go. It's time for them to learn Director O'Reilly's final thoughts.
She deserves a hero's farewell. If that's the only way to convey to the audience the courage and selflessness that she showed in the face of death, then it's a meaningful way to end the story.
Even in the last moments of her life, she was still leaving a trail for others to follow.
She did her best to protect as many people as possible, even if it meant sacrificing herself. We know what choice our little Oceanid would have made now. I don't think any more discussion is necessary. Well, Vilmont, if we put the past aside for now, do you think you can bring yourself to go ahead with the show?
I will channel all my regret and put it into my performance, to make this a show worthy of our director. I won't ask for your forgiveness, and you don't need to worry about my feelings. This final farewell show should be about Director Aurelie and her alone.
Then it seems like we've reached a consensus. I have a feeling that this will turn out to be the most mesmerizing performance of your lives.
Really? How can you be so sure when you've never even seen them perform before?
Don't underestimate my experience. After watching a countless number of musicals, I've learned one important thing. If you want to move the audience with your music, you must fully commit and immerse yourself in your role, pouring all your emotion into your performance. And aren't human emotions, love, hate, regret, and hope, just the most mesmerizing things in this world? I don't believe anybody could be more committed to bringing this story to life on the stage than they are now.
Thank you for the vote of confidence, Miss Furina. And thank you for supporting us through all this.
Then, let's not delay things any longer. We need to discuss the details of the ending and get it nailed down once and for all.
Actually, before that, I'd like to make a proposal. During the curtain call, please allow me to use the director's name instead of my own.
Huh? But then...
After all, this role was originally meant to be played by the director. I'm just filling in for her. Besides, a role commemorating her life should be associated with her name.
Well, if you're sure you're okay with that, I have no objection to it.
Now we're talking like a serious acting troupe. All right, I'll leave you to fine-tune your musical while I go and procure a stage.
Procure a stage?
Oh, it's okay. Our usual place doesn't need a reservation.
That place? Oh, don't be silly. For an extraordinary show, we need an extraordinary stage. By which I, of course, mean the Opera Epiclese.
Whoa, wait, what?
No. That's never going to work. It's far too fancy for the likes of us.
What are you afraid of? Surely you don't think that Aurelie's story is unworthy of the grandest stage in Fontaine.
No, though that's not what I meant.
It is supposed to be your grand finale, right?
I have no problem with it then. How about the rest of you? I'll take your silence as a yes. Thank you for giving us this opportunity. It really is a dream come true.
Well, then don't disappoint me. If you mess this up, it'll reflect poorly on me too. Come on. We'll need to get the go-ahead from Nerilette. I know just where to find him.
First Miss Furina, now the Opera Epiclese? If only the director was still with us.
Hey, come on. There's no point in dwelling on that now. We have a lot of work to do.
Yeah, you're right. Now's not the time to get all melancholy.
During the final scene, Maybe we should stop the music just before Cleo takes the stage?
Best of luck to you.
These two just don't have any lines.
Hey, look at that! Looks like I guessed right.
You were just guessing?
I knew you'd be here.
I'm here merely for a short break. It has been a while, Miss Furina. And you too, Traveler in Paimon. What might I assist you with today?
I would like to book the Opera Epiclese for an event. You see...
I understand. The process for booking the Opera Epiclese is complex and can be somewhat cumbersome. But given that the request is coming from the three of you, I see no reason to make things unduly difficult. The story of the Little Oceanid is most fascinating. I'm looking forward to seeing it performed on stage. I will say, however, that I am surprised to see your passion for the performing arts rekindled after all that has happened.
Huh? What do you mean? Do I look excited?
Yes, and this is the first time that I've seen you like this since your departure from deityhood.
At first, I just felt bad about rejecting them, so I wanted to learn a little bit more about their situation. But one thing led to another, and... well, here we are. In the past, we sat in our high chairs in the court, giving our opinions on isolated cases, all while knowing very little about the human stories behind each and every one. Maybe it's because I finally become an ordinary person and gained my freedom, but I've developed a great sense of curiosity about their lives.
I am truly delighted to see you find a new lease on life. Now that you've regained some confidence, have you had any thoughts regarding a return to the stage?
Why would you suddenly ask a question like that?
Well, if the Little Oceanid turns out to be a great success, it will no doubt become a classic. Many theater companies are certain to add it to their repertoire. The experiences and decisions of the protagonist Cleo are all modeled after your own. Naturally, this makes you eminently suited to playing the leading role. It would truly be a shame if you did not take this opportunity to allow audiences to enjoy your outstanding acting talents once more.
Haven't I already made myself clear? I won't act or perform in any role ever again. No exceptions. Nor do I think it is any great shame. There is no lack of fine actors or inspirational stories, either on or off the stage. This experience is a case in point. I feel like I've learned a lot, and it has already been well worth the price of admission. I must admit, though, I'm a little envious. They're quite fortunate to be able to bid farewell to their past in such a magnificent manner.
I see. Well, I'm glad to learn that you have found a role to play that you enjoy, be it on the stage or not. I sincerely hope the show will serve as the grandest of finales. I will have my staff book the date and mail the relevant paperwork to the troupe once the details are confirmed.
Thanks, Nervalette.
You are very welcome. Many people were once enthralled by Lady Furina's performances, myself included. I hope that one day she'll be able to understand that our appreciation was always sincere.
everyone. It's done. The Opera Epiclese is booked. Thanks to my eloquent and impassioned speech, Monsieur Neuvillette was moved to provide us with a fitting stage for this special performance. We've had to fight every step of the way for this opportunity, but we now have all of the ingredients necessary to stage a truly spectacular performance. A touching story, a magnificent venue, and last but not least, a passionate and dedicated cast. Now, let's work together and make this show the best it can be.
This is truly wonderful.
The sooner we can finalize the ending, the more time we'll have to rehearse. Fiamal and I just went over some parts of the script and tweaked a few things. I think it's really going to resonate with the audience now.
Wow, you two had a constructive conversation? That's great!
Communication is vital to any good performance.
Look at us. We've come so far. I never could have pictured this scene a few days ago.
It's amazing! Even though Furina's still being a bit of a drama queen about it all, she's really fired everyone up!
Please feel free to give us any comments or suggestions you have. We really value your input.
Hey, Loic, get over here. Time to practice the opening number.
Cursed Cleo. She stole the waters of life from us. She's a fraud, and she must pay for her crimes.
This has nothing to do with her. The ignorance and hatred of our people is to blame. How can we hope to win back the water's favor if we don't change our ways?
This guy could be useful. Take him hostage. If Cleo wants him back, she'll have to show herself.
Leave this place, oh little Oceanid, and never, ever look back!
Everyone's really throwing themselves into their roles. I haven't seen such a fine performance in a long time. If only...
What should we do? It's almost time for her to take the stage!
Why? Why does it have to be now?
Hey, what's going on? You're due on stage any second now. Oh no, not again. But why? What about your new meds? Did they stop working?
They've been getting less and less effective over time. I've had to keep increasing my dose.
What? I thought they cure it. So they were only managing your symptoms?
I figured whatever it took to get me through this final performance.
How could you do this to yourself? And after that lecture you gave me about not looking after my health.
I'm sorry. I've let everyone down.
You... This is a conversation for another time. How can the show go on without its star performer?
Miss Furina, I'd like to make a request of you.
Say no more. If you're sick, you need to rest. I know what you're going to ask. Loic, your character has no more scenes, correct?
Oh, yeah. I think my scenes are all done. Although, I do have one more line. But I guess another guy in the troupe with a similar voice register could take it. Why?
Please take Delphi back to her place to rest. I'll sing the finale. From the sublime to the ridiculous. After all that, everything's come full circle.
Thank you, Miss Furina. I'm so sorry to put you in this position after everything you said.
Never mind. What's done is done. It's really my own fault for getting in too deep. No one likes regrets, myself included. Leave it to me. I've watched you rehearse so many times that I've learned Cleo's part by heart.
I do not doubt your acting skills, but please allow me to ask just one more question. After all, this show is dedicated to the life and legacy of our director. What, in your opinion, is the reason Cleo shines so brightly?
It's her pure heart. Despite all the pain and loneliness she had to endure, she never once stopped believing in the beauty in this world.
Well said. I leave Director O'Reilly in your hands.
Is she here yet?
Will she get here?
She's not coming!
You're wrong. She's here.
Si je pouvais vivre dans l'eau, le monde serait-il plus beau? Me pardonneras-tu, ô chère mère? L'eau dans son courant fait danser nos vies, et la cité elle nourrit, ainsi que toi, mon doux amour.
But what about your wish?
My wish.
If you become human, you can reveal your secret to no one. You will face suffering and loneliness. Is this truly what you want?
Le grand amour ne suffit pas, seul un adieu fleurira. C'est notre histoire de vie, douce et amère. Moi, je suis seule et toujours là, à voir le monde et s'inventer. Et ça ne changera jamais, jamais.
Is it just me? Or was that Lady Furina on the stage just now?
She hasn't been seen for a while now, and she just appears out of nowhere? Gotta say, though, her acting skills are as superb as ever.
The little Oceanid, Cleo, played by Aurélie Fumont.
Wait, that's not her name. What's going on?
I don't know. Maybe it's just a doppelganger.
I've spent a lot of time out of the spotlight, and they didn't use my name during the curtain call either. Hopefully, not too many people recognized me. It's too bad that I had to break the one clear rule I'd managed to make for myself, even if I had no choice. Still, I have to admit that, despite everything, it felt good to be back on the stage again.
Finally, we would like to give a special thanks to our artistic consultant and event coordinator, Miss Furina.
Hey, that's not what we agreed on.
Oh, so it was Furina after all. She's back.
Honestly, what is he doing? He should have run that by me first.
All right, calm down. Don't be mad. This was a group decision. We just didn't want your contributions to go unacknowledged. After all, it's been the rule in Fontaine since ancient times that everyone's work, visible or invisible, is equally deserving of recognition.
Yes, I know the rule, but it should still be applied on a case-by-case basis. I wasn't ready for this yet.
It's no big deal. What's the worst that could happen?
At most, you might be asked to sign a few autographs later.
Oh, yeah? Well, since you think it's so easy, you can sign them for me.
This is a great chat and all, but can we talk about that crazy thing that happened during the show? It nearly gave Paimon a heart attack. Paimon flew over to where she was supposed to be and was about to drop the prop vision, and then suddenly, a real one popped out of thin air!
That. I've got no idea what happened there either. But hey, it worked pretty well, didn't it? I'll bet the audience has never seen such a realistic prop.
Wait, what about Dolphy? I wonder how she's doing.
Oh, let's go check on her as soon as we finish clearing the stage.
Yes. Plus, she'll definitely want to hear how the end of the show went. If nothing else, we can safely say that we accomplished what we set out to do.
Getting ready to drop the prop vision, and then suddenly, a real one shows up.
Did anyone see where Miss Furina went? Oh, I want to get her autograph, but I can't find her anywhere.
I thought Cleo's actress sang very well. Why did they swap her out at the end?
I don't know. Maybe that's just how it was scripted.
So much unexpected stuff happens in this opera house that they just take it as part of the script.
I wasn't expecting such an incredible performance from an amateur troupe. They didn't seem out of place on the big stage at all.
Yeah, their technique could use some polish, but the performance in general felt very believable. Hit all the right emotional notes. I think it'll stay with me for a while.
What a surprise! Seeing Miss Furina on the stage? This ticket was money well spent.
Yeah, I agree. Say what you want about her, but she's flawless when she's on stage.
Wait, her vision has a dragon claw mark? I'm trying to find the vision of another Fontaine character to see if there's a difference. Oh yeah, there is a difference. Okay. Interesting.
Quit following me.
Oh, right. No, but still marked as 3 question marks.
too slow.
Right on the manhole cover.
Ah, you're back. She's doing okay. Her condition stabilized after taking some of her original medication. From experience, though, I'd say she still needs a few more days of rest.
How did the performance go? Was it a success? Did the audience like it?
You'll be glad to know it was fantastic! Also, you're not gonna believe what happened while Furina was on the stage. You'll probably be able to read all about it in the Steambird first thing tomorrow morning.
That's wonderful. I'm so sorry I failed to see it through to the end. I guess I was wrong to try and tough it out to begin with.
Don't worry about it. Like they told me after announcing my name during the curtain call, everyone's work deserves recognition. Even though you couldn't see it through to the final scene, the audience was very impressed by your performance. It's safe to say that you made your mark on this memorial show.
Well, one way or another, we did it. I've had bad luck ever since I was born, so I never expect things to go smoothly in life. I'm just happy to know that we went out on a high note. That's all that matters.
Blaming your bad luck again, are we? Maybe if you didn't push yourself past your limits so much, your illness wouldn't be flaring up all the time.
Oh, don't you start. I don't have the energy to argue with you right now.
Aw, you two clearly care a lot about each other.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You mean we never stop arguing with each other?
So, any plans for the next step? After the brilliant performance you put on, the reputation of your troupe is sure to spread through Fontaine like wildfire. You won't have to disband if you don't want to. You could capitalize on the rave reviews and license out the Little Oceanid to the bigger theater troupes out there. That would do wonders for your financial situation.
No, we should still disband.
Yeah, it's what we all agreed to.
After all that's happened, I should give you guys some space. But maybe our paths will cross again one day.
Hey, don't just walk off!
I still want to keep performing, so I might join another troupe. After watching Miss Furina's performance, I think I'm starting to understand our director's infatuation with musicals.
You should do it. It suits you. I'd originally hoped to keep performing too, but I don't know if my health will allow me to.
Oh, so now you finally got your priorities in order. I guess I'll hold off until you've properly recovered as well. What about you, Miss Furina? Any future plans?
Well, frankly, I think a return to obscurity is no longer an option for me. I'm sure a slew of consultancy requests will hound me wherever I go, until I finally acquiesce. You rather sealed my fate there with your special thanks at the end of the show.
Sorry.
It's quite all right. No need to apologize. What I meant to say is that this whole experience has shown me that perhaps I'm not as averse to a return to the stage as I'd previously imagined. Maybe Nervilette was right. Maybe Cleo is the right role for me. I still don't wish to pretend to be someone else, but I do have a desire to express myself. So, maybe the show will go on for me after all. Yeah. There was once a time when I was an actress in a masquerade, seeking only to hide the truth. But from now on, I want to spend my time learning real stories about real people and how they touch the lives of others around them. I want to watch them blossom and wither, see them refined on the page, retold on the stage, and remembered long into the future. I'm sure this is what captivated Director O'Reilly as well.
Sounds like you're ready to stop running from your true calling. The more you get out into the world, the more you'll discover what a fascinating place it is.
Then it's a deal. If a vision is a gift from the gods, then I should do my best to honor it.
I mean, of course I have some regrets, but
There'll be plenty of opportunities in the future for us to tell the stories that we want on stage.
I'm just finishing packing up. As soon as I'm done, I've got an interview with the Steambird to get to. Thanks to all your help, this show was more perfect than we ever could have hoped for. But most of all, I want to thank you for giving me the chance to finally say farewell to O'Reilly.
Now that the buzz is worn off, I feel ready to pass out.
thank you so much. I feel like I've rekindled the passion I had when I first joined the troupe. It might turn out to be too little, too late for me. But still, this has been the experience of a lifetime.
It's ironic to think that in my whole time as a god, I could only ever dream of receiving this kind of power. And now that the gods have given me their blessing, it actually feels more like I'm finally able to take my fate in my own hands. Is that how humans feel about it as well?
Okay, now it says vision. So you gotta complete the story quest for it to switch. With that, we've officially finished Furina's story quest, and we can move on into the end of Lantern Rite. Here we go. Hustle and bustle. But before we do that, we're gonna take a quick 5-minute break. So, you know the drill. Get up, stretch, get something to eat, drink, do what you gotta do, and I will see you in 5 minutes. Welcome back. Now we continue to the end of Lantern Rite.
Oh, Paimon almost forgot! Didn't Zhongli say Hu Tao was also planning on spending some time in Xiaoying Village? We didn't have anything else to do today, right? Why don't we go have a look around? Maybe we'll run into her. She can float around all day and never get tired. Cream! Gummies! Fuel fruit!
Okay, so in that one spontaneous outburst, I have learned that I've been saying that fruit's name wrong for the last 6 months, I think. Wonderful.
Huh? Did you hear that? Sunshine! Blue skies! Good vibes! Right? So Paimon wasn't just hearing things. That voice sounds really familiar. Well, we've got the time. Why don't we go check it out?
Cocoa paste is a thing, apparently.
Well, if it isn't my dear partners. See, I told you that something good was going to happen during our travels today. I have to say, sometimes the Steambird's astrology column is spot on.
It's just your lucky day.
Are you guys also here to catch the festivities? Oh, and that reminds me. Happy Lantern Rite.
Happy Lantern Rite.
Happy Lantern Rite to you too! Wait, if you're here for Lantern Rite, then what are you doing on top of this deserted mountain? And that voice we heard, that was you, right, Navia?
Oh, impressive. You could tell it was me from that far away. You've got good ears.
That or your voice is just really loud.
Well, of course it is. After all, I'm a boss.
Indeed. I suppose it's an asset.
Sure is! Having a loud voice is a handy tool when it comes to communication. Wait. That wasn't even Paimon's point. Paimon just wants to know why you two were shouting from the top of this deserted mountain. There was something about almonds, maybe? And buell fruit? Ooh, is it some sort of secret code?
No, it's not a code. The words are meaningless.
Perhaps, but the act of shouting was very meaningful indeed. That's just what mountain climbers do, right? After all the hard work it takes to make it to the top, as you stand on the summit looking out at the vast scenery, it's not easy to resist the urge to release those emotions. Exactly. You get me, partner. I was afraid that it would cause a disturbance, so I asked the locals around here, and they said it was fine. Apparently most hikers like to shout when they get to the top, so the locals are used to it by now. So, you see, it's not just me. I guess everyone shouts from the top of a mountain at some point in their life.
Speak for yourself.
When you're stressed, don't you ever just get the urge to do something for no reason?
Not really. If I ever get stressed, I just go hunting.
Oh, that's a pretty good way to relieve stress.
What I choose to hunt depends on my mood.
Huh?
Anyway, why don't you two give it a try? Shout anything you want. It's a real stress reliever.
Chlorinde being terrifying. Like usual.
As long as Paimon has clothes on her back and food in her belly, Paimon doesn't think there's any stress that needs relieving.
Oh, I bet you guys are just too embarrassed to let loose. No need to be shy. Even Furina was shouting from the top of this mountain earlier.
Huh? Did Paimon hear that right? Furina's also here? In Chenyu village?
Believe in your ears. It is indeed as you heard. Actually, the reason we climbed this mountain in the first place was also because we heard the sound of shouting.
Yes, we could just about make out someone yelling things like, "Help me!" and "What should I do?" So we hurried up here to check it out. And what do you know? Miss Furina was standing right there, all red in the face. She practically sprinted back down the mountain the minute she saw us.
That reminds me. I believe what she actually said was, "So help me, I will figure out what I should do about this script."
So, you could actually hear what she was saying? Why didn't you say so earlier? I thought someone was really in trouble.
I figured we would come check out the situation either way. Why not let her keep some privacy?
Oh, seems like you caught Furina in the middle of some stress relief as well. She probably would have never thought. No, she definitely would have never thought she would run into anyone she knew all the way out here.
I think so. We ran into Nervalet on the way here as well, but he was already on his way back, so they probably weren't together.
What? Nervalet was here too? What was he doing here? It couldn't have been for vacation.
I think it just might have been, actually. But apparently he only stayed for half a day before heading back. He's a very busy man.
Neuvillette is not the type to take much time off. Taking even a half day for himself is already a huge step in the right direction.
Didn't Charlotte publish an article on the Liyue tea industry recently? Maybe he was inspired to come buy some tea after reading that article. You know, just like you were.
My situation is completely different. I'm here because I was asked to accompany you. The tea purchase is simply an added bonus of this location.
You Fontanians and your tea drinking.
Oh, it's not for me. I lost a bet with Ridesley, and now I have to buy him something.
You made a bet?
It was just a spur-of-the-moment sort of bet. Ridesley gets really invested in that sort of thing, but he couldn't care less about what he wins in the end. You could give him mint plants that you plucked from the side of the road, and he wouldn't even mind.
If only he was that easygoing when it came to talking business. In any case, I'm pretty sure the tea you bought is this region's specialty. What is it called again? Nervalette even mentioned it earlier.
Sunglow tea. Buy 10 boxes, get half off.
Yes, that's the one.
You didn't really buy 10 boxes, did you?
Please, do I look like someone who would fall for that sort of marketing trap?
That reminds me. You guys said you only came up here because you heard my voice, right? I hope it didn't put you out. You must have had other plans for the day.
Oh, that's right, Hu Tao! A few days ago, we heard that a friend was going to be in Qiaoying Village, so we decided to come and see if we could run into her.
Oh dear, we've been chatting for quite some time. I'm sorry for keeping you. That's good.
We should probably head out and look for Hu Tao.
No need to stay on our account. We just got up here, so we're gonna stay around for a little longer.
Go and meet your friend. We can meet up in Qiaoying Village later.
Sounds good. We're gonna head down the mountain then. See you later!
What do I have to do to get you to yell from the top of this mountain? Name your price.
You really want to hear it that bad, huh?
I'm just curious is all. I have a feeling you'll say something amazing.
I will pass. I prefer to let actions speak louder than words.
Sounds like she needs a talking sword when she goes up this mountain. Talking swords aren't as unusual as you might think.
Squall Fury!
Apart from dodging everything from those Geo Slimes, you gotta make sure the goats don't get hurt.
Qiaoying Village is known for its tea, but you know what else they have with tea? That's right, dim sum! Didn't Gaming say something about dim sum being eaten in the morning? Oh, Paimon wonders if we can still get some at this time of day. Oh, well that's fine too. Paimon doesn't care what kind of tea it is as long as it comes with some tasty snacks. Now, let's see what kind of yummy things we can find around here. Paimon's not seeing things, is she? Is that Furina standing between Zhongli and Hu Tao?
Judging based on the hat, I'd say so.
Wonder what they're talking about. Zhongli knows a lot of stuff. Maybe he's telling Furina about Qiaoying Village. Oh, or maybe Hu Tao is trying to rope Furina into being one of her clients.
Want to make a bet?
Hey, this isn't the Fortress of Meropide. But Paimon could be convinced for the right price. Let's say loser buys the winner 3 huge bowls of seafood kanji. Since Zhongli is there, Paimon bets things are pretty tame. It's decided then. Paimon votes for tour guide Zhongli.
And I vote for Hustler Hu Tao.
Alright, no time to waste. Let's go see who's right. Good afternoon, Hu Tao, Zhongli, and Furina! Oh, great. Now Paimon's shouting too.
Oh, well, aren't you a sight for sore eyes? Seems like our luck just keeps on growing.
That we were able to meet you both without prior arrangement must mean that this is quite the serendipitous meeting indeed.
Huh? Oh, so both of you are acquainted with the Traveler and Paimon then?
I have keenly felt the passage of time since our last meeting.
Looks like someone's learned a thing or two from Zhongli.
I must admit, I am a bit surprised to see you here, Traveler. But seeing as you're a hero who's been all over to that, it makes sense that you would be well-traveled and well-connected. Since we have found ourselves in each other's company within this fertile land, allow me to take this opportunity to wish you a happy Lantern Rite.
It appears you have been to Fontaine then. Given your proclivity to spread good deeds wherever you go, it's no surprise that you would make the acquaintance of a celebrity as illustrious and celebrated as Miss Furina.
That's quite high praise. What I mean to say is, you flatter me, Mr. Zhongli. Although I've built up a certain following within Fontaine, it is no reflection of strength or wisdom. I stand before you right now as nothing more than an ordinary traveler in search of beautiful scenery and creative inspiration. There is definitely more to Mr. Zhongli than meets the eye. I could tell as much from our conversation earlier. Given his breadth of knowledge on both academic and worldly matters, there's no way he hasn't heard about what happened in Fontaine. Is he just feigning ignorance for my benefit?
No. Yeah. You're no common tourist. I simply won't have you talk about yourself that way.
Huh? Does that mean Hu Tao also knows?
You may not have heard, friends, but...
Miss Hu Tao...
Miss Furina is now one of my esteemed clients.
Yep.
Did you hear that, Paimon? She's Hu Tao's esteemed client.
Okay, you win. Guess Paimon will have to break into the hidden stash at the bottom of her shoe.
Wait, what?
What's this about winning something?
Don't tell me. You two were placing bets on us.
It was Paimon's idea.
We just saw you guys standing on the side of the road and couldn't help but take guesses as to what you were talking about.
Oh, I see. That means you, my friend, must have guessed that I was trying to promote my business to Miss Furina.
Well, you know me.
That I do, my friend. What was Paimon's guess then?
Paimon thought Zhongli was showing the newbie around.
By newbie, you mean me, right?
If that's the case, then Paimon's guess was also correct.
Oh, that's right. Mr. Zhongli was telling me about some great sightseeing spots in the area.
You see? Paimon was right too! Since both of our guesses were right, there can't be a winner or a loser.
Fine, keep your secret stash then.
Hey, don't be upset, Traveler. How about this? You buy Paimon a bowl and also buy Yulable. As for the third bowl...
Since I was the subject of the bet, perhaps it should go to me? You know, as a congratulations for the huge deal I just struck. I was just joking. Anyway, I should be the one treating you. The funeral parlor is about to bring in quite the sum after all.
Oh, Paimon almost forgot to ask about the most important question. Something happen recently, Furina?
Huh? What do you mean?
Well, you know, with you enlisting the services of Wangsheng Funeral Parlor and all.
Oh, well, yes.
Really? Oh no. Paimon is so sorry for your loss. Although Paimon may have not known the person, please accept Paimon's deepest...
Whoa, 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 it's not like that, Paimon.
Huh? But Paimon just thought, since you hired the services of a funeral parlor and all... Hey, it's not that big of a stretch.
Really, Paimon? It's not like you don't know me. Do I look like I know anyone who would ask me to coordinate their funeral? Miss Hu Tao is simply helping prepare some props for my film. Not too long ago, I read a collection of horror stories from Liyue. The content was spectacular. In fact, I still feel the need to sleep with the light on even now. Anyway, that's not the point. Now that Fontaine's biggest star has returned to the stage, I figured it's about time the industry enjoyed a breath of fresh air.
You might even call it a breath of fresh terror.
Hey, that's pretty good. I'll have to remember that for my ad posters.
Oh, Paimon sees. That makes a lot of sense. So, did you come to Liyue just to enlist the services of Wangsheng Funeral Parlor?
Well, not exactly. My original plan was to just relax and enjoy the sights. But then I ran into Miss Hu Tao and Mr. Zhongli, and well, you know the rest. I suppose it was meant to be.
It was a fated meeting indeed.
Zhongli sure loves his lofty turns of phrase. But if you ask me, it's all thanks to that man who stopped to ask for directions.
Oh? Who was it?
It's someone you know. Wanna take a guess?
It was Nuvolette, wasn't it?
What? How did you guess that on your first try?
Very impressive, my friend. Your guessing game is spot on today.
You tell everyone about your encounter with Navi and Chlorine at the top of the mountain. One look at the pitiful expression on Furina's face is enough to convince you to leave out the part about the shouting.
Huh. Paimon never thought Nuvolette would be the type to get lost.
I'm sure he didn't get lost. Even I was able to find my way to this place without any trouble. He was already getting ready to leave by the time I arrived. He just wanted to ask someone about the quickest way to get back to Fontaine.
Yup, that's exactly what he asked. This area is full of mountains and rivers. It's normal to not know the fastest route.
For him, swimming would probably be the fastest route of them all.
So, were you the one that pointed him in the right direction, Hu Tao?
Of course. I'm also a guide of sorts, you know. So naturally, I also have a great sense of direction. But speaking of your friend...
What about him?
He doesn't get out much, does he?
No, he does not.
No wonder. He was stiff as a board and way too polite. I would have never guessed he was here on vacation if you hadn't told me.
All in all, he was only here for half a day. I'm pretty sure he is the only one who would consider that to be a vacation.
Oh? This gentleman you speak of must keep a demanding schedule.
I'm sure he does. You didn't see him, but he was dressed like he was about to attend some important meeting. It wasn't anything like what someone would wear on vacation.
Is that so?
Wait, you didn't see him, Zhongli?
Unfortunately, no. At the time, it appeared as if Director Hu and Miss Furina were having quite the productive conversation. I know matters of business can take much discussion, so I decided to fetch some tea for them.
Okay, I see that chest on the hill over there. And another challenge marker. On another note, if those two have actually met, this town would most likely have a flooded crater in it.
What a shame. That gentleman seemed like a sophisticated sort of guy. I actually think you two would have hit it off.
Is that so?
Judging by how Zhongli is acting and taking into consideration Nouvelette's true identity, could Zhongli have been avoiding him on purpose? Oh, I see. It is what it is. Truly a pity.
To borrow Miss Furina's turn of phrase, perhaps it just wasn't meant to be.
Well, with the Traveler around, I'm sure you'll have a chance to get to know each other at some point.
That's right. He's got more friends than he knows what to do with.
I have a certain charm about me.
Well, that's certainly true. Oh, that reminds me. If you get the chance, you should try and talk to Nouvelette into loosening up a bit. Just tell him the Palais Mermonia isn't going to fall apart if he disappears for a few days. He shouldn't keep himself cooped up all the time. Even clams open their shells to let in fresh water every once in a while, right? If he's really that much of a stickler for protocol, he can fill out a leave of absence request. He'd have to approve it himself since he handles that sort of thing now, but you know what I mean.
Seems like this gentleman is also in charge of something pretty important.
He is the fair and impartial Eudix of Fontaine, head of the highest court in the land. Otherwise known as the demon who controls all the paperwork in Fontaine.
Hey, sounds like a pretty uptight sort of guy, all right. In my experience, a leader needs to be able to roll with the punches. That also includes knowing when and what to prioritize. It seems like your friend still has a lot of growing to do.
If I remember correctly, he's already several thousands of years old. You're quite right, Miss Hutao.
Oh? Traveler, Miss Furina, those two individuals over there appear to recognize you.
Oh, it's Navia and Clorand. Hey, over here!
We saw you all chatting over here, and we're wondering if we could join in.
Please, excuse the interruption.
Oh, so polite. No apologies necessary. Any friend of the Traveler and Miss Furina is a friend of mine. Ah, straight to the point. I like it.
Hutao's eyes light up when she hears about Clorand's profession, but a quick explanation from Furina and Navia seems to dispel some of her more misguided ideas. Yeah, that's... We'll unpack that later.
It's getting late. If we want to catch a boat back before dark, we should probably get going.
Indeed. Then, Miss Furina.
Oh, yes?
When are you planning to head back? Do you need us to escort you?
Oh, I don't think that will be necessary. I mean, you're not my subordinate anymore. You don't need to look after me.
I didn't mean it that way. It's normal for friends to travel home together if they run into each other on the road.
There are a lot of mountainous roads in this area. I imagine they'll be even harder to navigate after dark.
Exactly! Just like in those ghost stories. 8 paths converge in a wood. Beside them an old house is stood. If you dare to go inside, not a soul will greet your eye. But if you take a closer look, there may be something you mistook. A candle flickers to and fro, yet there is no wind to make it so. What is its secret? What could it mean? In this wood, where mystery screams. Ooh.
My dear demoiselles, ladies, no, I mean friends, please take me with you.
Of course.
That was highly effective.
Gotta say, Furina, you are really quite the character. By the way, did I hear you mention that Clorand used to work under you? Then you must have also been a leader at some point.
Well, that's, all in the past now. Besides, being a leader is hard. It wasn't the right job for me. I prefer how things are now. I can come and go as I please, and get to enjoy the sweet taste of freedom.
I see. Well, you've certainly picked an apt place to relax. Xiaoying Village is an exemplary choice.
Only the best. And I've learned a lot, too. Thank you so much, Miss Hu Tao and Mr. Zhongli.
It's fine. You've thanked us more than enough already. The next time you're in this neck of the woods, I'll treat you to some dim sum in the city.
Dim sum? Is that some kind of Liyue term for snacks or desserts?
They are a part of it. It's basically a table full of as much tea, sweets, and good company as you can manage.
Oh, so it's basically a tea party! Sounds great!
Make sure to order the winter melon cake and the lotus flower crisp. They're so sweet and delicious, Paimon knows you'll love them.
Ooh, okay. I'll be looking forward to it then.
Wait, but didn't you guys say you were here on vacation? How come you're all going home empty-handed?
Of course I am. I bought tons of fun things to bring home with me. A kite, a parasol, a little tin frog that jumps. Oh, and a stuffed toy of a mythical beast. Clorand is the one who didn't buy anything for herself.
So, all you're bringing back with you is that tea?
And some tea-flavored hard candies. They're for Sigewin.
Clorand isn't much of a shopaholic.
Well, one of us has to practice restraint.
Hey, I'm hardly reckless with my Mora. I'll have you know, all the purchases I made today were well within my budget.
Me? Oh, well, I bought some tea, of course. I just had to try all the varieties recommended in the Steambird. Other than that, just some bits and bobs, you know. A little bit of this, little bit of that. They should all be things I can use, I think.
So you fell for a few marketing traps then?
Now Paimon's even more confused. If you bought that much stuff, where did it all go? Into one of Linny's magic packets?
Oh, actually...
Monsieur Neuvillette took them with him.
Oh, so that's what happened. Wait, what?
That's quite the imagination you've got there, Paimon. Monsieur Neuvillette just saw the amount of bags we had and offered to take them back for us. I felt a bit bad at first, but, I really did have a lot of stuff.
He even offered to deliver my gifts to the Fortress of Meripede for me once he's done with the day's work. Neuvillette is a man of his word. If he says he can do something, then he means it.
See, even Clorand was happy to take him up on his offer. If even his trusty subordinate agreed, then who was I to refuse?
Wow, he seems like a real gentleman. Maybe he's not as uptight as I thought. If only the funeral parlor had an employee as thoughtful, proactive, and responsible as him. Right, Zhongli?
Indeed.
Clorand said Neuvillette offered to deliver her gifts to Risley. So if we go to the entrance of the Fortress of Meripede, maybe we'll run into Neuvillette. But we don't know exactly when he'll show up.
Oh, that reminds me. A new year of work is about to begin. If there's anything you want to talk about, Zhongli, you know you can come to me. I'm all ears.
Does the director have any concerns?
It just seemed like you were a bit preoccupied today, and much less talkative than usual. He barely said anything other than, "Is that so?" and "Indeed." If you ask me, I'd say you're having a midlife crisis. You're getting to be around that age after all.
Is that so?
Ugh.
I jest. Given its distance from the city, Chaoying Village enjoys a much slower pace of life. Surrounded by such peace and tranquility, I also seem to have developed a proclivity for inactivity. I apologize for making you worry.
I see. What do you think, Traveler? Is this atmosphere putting you in a lazy mood too?
Different worlds should not collide.
Wow, you are getting really good at these kinds of lines.
Indeed.
So, according to the objective, Neuvillette is currently 2,528 meters away from us. So just 2 kilometers. 2.5.
Well, everyone, make sure that you've got all your belongings with you before we leave. If there's any souvenirs anyone still want to buy, the time is now.
Reliable as ever, Miss President.
What is that supposed to mean?
Clorand is right, though. You really are reliable.
It's not what she's saying, it's the way she's saying it.
I will say, but I never thought you'd be so easygoing outside of work, Clorand. The tone of voice you use when you're working doesn't exactly make you seem like the type who enjoys interacting with people.
Well, I try to keep my professional and private life separate. That includes my behavior.
You take care now, Traveler. Paimon. Trying to act cool now, are we? Well, I guess it's not an act for you, is it?
You are indeed quite strong.
It's been great talking to you all. I'm really glad I decided to come to Chaoying Village. Maybe we could go on another trip together sometime?
Gonna head to Yilong Wharf first. Why? Well, the answer is simple. Why do we travel the world for anything? For crap, bro. It's Monday, the shops reset.
following me. Rises.
Look! It's Neuvillette! We lucked out!
Oh, it's you. It has been some time since our last meeting. Few people frequent this location. Since I was able to conclude my work early for the day, I thought I might take a walk and avail myself of this area's peace and quiet.
You call this early? Do you always work this late, Neuvillette?
Strictly speaking, that depends on the agenda for the day. I am hardly bereft of time, however, so working late is of little consequence to me.
Really? If you have so much time on your hands, then why did you only go to Chaoying Village for half a day?
First, I should clarify that I was referring to my lifespan, rather than the time at my disposal on any given day. Second, I was unaware you possessed knowledge of my trip to Chaoying Village. I see. Thank you for informing me. Yes, they have been safely delivered.
I have to hand it to Chlorant. Just a simple gift delivery, and she has the great and mighty Udex at her beck and call.
I was just passing through. It was merely an act of convenience.
All right. Then I hereby confirm receipt of the goods on behalf of the staff of the Fortress of Meripede.
A verbal receipt of confirmation? Is such a formality really necessary for a small matter such as this?
Guess not. This quantity of tea, though, seems a little excessive for a gift, don't you think? Before you know it, they'll start accusing me of taking bribes.
About that. Much of that is my own excess, I'm afraid.
Oh? Why? What happened?
It was buy 10 boxes, get half off.
Ah, that explains it then. Well, go ahead and leave them to me. I'll get through this stash as fast as I can.
You have my thanks. Oh, there's something else I'd like to give to you.
They just accept that explanation for the tea like it's nothing.
This is a stone slate, engraved with a symbolic design.
While that is an apt description, it is in actuality a legal codex.
A legal codex, huh?
Before the advent of modern writing utensils, information was recorded on stone slabs such as this. The law was no different.
Okay.
Since ancient times, the scales of justice have symbolized the fairness and impartiality of judiciousness. As a tribute to that sentiment, this slate was designed after a traditional legal codex and engraved with a symbol instead of text. During my travels recently, I chanced upon a roadside stall offering tourists the opportunity to try their hand at the ceramic arts, so I decided to have a go. We joked with Chlorant some time ago about gifting you a legal codex. So, here you go.
Ah, so that's what this is about.
I did not expect you to remember it as well. In any case, I hope this can be considered as a reasonable attempt to join in on the banter.
It is a very good attempt. I suppose I shouldn't be surprised. Even your sense of humor centers around the law. That's an impressive level of commitment.
It also brings a bit of the joke of the Wrath of the Rock into Fontaine.
A gift of this significance deserves to be put on display, and I know just the place. Front and center in the fortress's showroom.
Ah, surely there's no need for such a grand gesture.
Just kidding. I don't have anything like a showroom. But we do have a storage room. We can put it next to all the mechanical parts Sijuin has collected.
That sounds good to me.
So that's what you were doing in Chaoying Village.
Indeed. Of course, while I was there, I also took the opportunity to taste the local spring water. The aftertaste is much purer than what I have delivered to me in Fontaine. It stands to reason that the long-distance transport has a tendency to imbue the water with extraneous emotion. If you want to experience the true flavor, you simply have to go to the source. Perhaps I should organize some time off to do the same elsewhere.
As they say in Liyue, a balance between work and play is sure to keep your troubles at bay.
Then we are of the same mind. It appears my desire is justified.
If you say so, but you know you don't have to justify a vacation, right? You can just take one.
I can see Nulet going to Natlin.
After all, you're hardly bereft of time. You can do whatever you want.
You're quite right. I suppose I suffer not from a lack of opportunity, but rather a lack of inspiration. However, after reading a few articles about Liyue's holiday traditions, the idea popped into my head and made itself quite at home. Seeing as I was free of responsibilities for the morning, I decided to depart at once. Refreshing. My spontaneous outing seemed to inspire quite a few other spontaneous decisions as well. Take, for example, my foray into ceramics. At first, soil from the ground is granular and unforgiving, but add the right amount of water, and it becomes soft, moldable, and able to take shape. In the past, I never thought about how quotidian vessels were crafted, but now I have participated in their very making. This is also something I made today.
Quotidian vessels. Oh, wow. That is something. Okay, so I'm not crazy. That is a ladle. It looks like a plesiosaur ladle.
That's a ladle? Paimon thought it was supposed to be some long-necked sea creature.
That was indeed one of my inspirations.
It's amazing. The color also really matches your style.
Really? You like it? To tell you the truth, given your unexpected arrival, I find myself quite unequipped to give you the welcome you deserve. Around such an important holiday such as this, human custom would dictate that gifts should be in order. But I'm afraid this is all I can offer. If you'll have it, that is. That is precisely why it would do me such a great honor if you accepted. You are most welcome. Happy Lantern Rite. Approve a leave of absence request for myself. That sounds like it could easily lead to a vicious cycle of self-indulgence, something which couldn't be in further violation of protocol. But I suppose I understand her point. My proclivity to refrain from personal outings does in part originate from a sense of responsibility toward my duties. But it is also due to a lack of desire to engage in the human world. But now I see that the human world is indeed full of many interesting places to discover.
The ladle of the leisurely sea beast.
You think I've got a sharp tongue? I just tell it like it is.
If someone can't handle it, maybe that's their problem.
Lantern Rite marks the start of the new year in Liyue. In the spirit of the season, then, I wish you a year of success as vast and endless as the open ocean.
You must complete a number of battle rounds within the time limit to complete the Triumphant Frenzy challenges. Before the first round of every challenge, you can select 4 characters to form a team, and before each following challenge round, you can select 2 characters to join the team. Trial characters in this gameplay mode will inherit the actual constellations you own for them. So essentially, if you have a bunch of constellations for a character, but you haven't built that character yet, you can still use the trial character and still have access to those constellations, which is a nice feature that isn't available in every trial character event you get. So, enjoy this while you can. There are 6 days and a few hours remaining of it. Every character starts with 2 resolve. Each time a character takes part in a combat round, they will lose one resolve. Characters who run out of resolve cannot continue to be deployed. Okay. Each character has its own unique roiling resolve mechanism, which will confer buffs that correspond to the party's total resolve. The higher the party member's total resolve, the more powerful the buffs. Make effective use of these buffs to complete challenges more easily. And for the first one, we're doing Rhythmic Quick Step. Trial characters include Navia, Kazuha, Wriothesley, Yaimiko, Furina, Nuvalet, Yelan, Lenny. Alright. Oh, we can actually... I was excited to have to walk somewhere. Oh wait, it's not that I have the option of doing trial characters. I have to use trial characters. Alright, let's see how we fare. I'm not familiar with Sacrificial Jade, but I think that's one of the Yeah, these are probably some of the blueprint weapons.
Show them.
Silence!
The wind knows me.
Come on out, right now. Nothing lasts forever.
One with nature, as one with wind and cloud. The wind knows me.
Show them. Right here.
Bow your head. The tides beckon.
Come on out.
Silence!
Alright, last one with Kazuo and Kirara. Here we go.
Get that! And voila! A round of applause!
Coming through!
You asked for it! One with nature. Clouds high. The birds call. Now disappear. Into the wind. Fallen leaves. Adorn my night.
You're dead meat.
Step right up. Here comes the finale. The wind knows it. As one with wind and cloud.
Coming through! Red delivery!
Settle it down. A moment, please. This could get a little chilly. There's more!
Right now. Show them. Right here. Ha! I'm always watching. What a nuisance.
Let the mighty be humbled.
Come on out. Right now. Right here. Let's dance.
Stay cool. Face your gift.
Show them. Emerge.
Alright, round 404. Don't need to hold back.
Strike a pop! Hey there! Hey there! Attack! That's the way! Ah, hiya! Hey there! Gloves off! Let's get it on! Yoo-hoo! Let my name echo in song! Ah. Fire! With rock.
Chilly.
Let the world come alive!
Let's begin.
Coming at ya! Coming at ya! Fire! Well, with rocks. Ha! Watch out! Look alive!
A moment, please.
Alright. That one's done. Next, a blade from above. A decisive blow descending from on high that rends the defenses of your foes. When a character's plunging attack strikes an opponent, a shockwave will be unleashed, dealing damage to nearby enemies. Make full use of this advantage to crush your foes and see them driven before you.
You are not welcome here.
Flicker.
Villagers.
I'm getting sick. Skyward! Make way for the Adeptus!
Here you are.
Left or white!
The brat.
Skyward! Inconsequential. Let me weave you a verse.
Time for retribution!
Your coming was foretold.
The process of elimination.
Dance with me!
Scatter! Skyward!
The show's only just begun.
Seize the sky! Rivet fast! Scatter! Not done yet. Know my sword! Witness the power of Gugwa! Time to
You are not welcome here.
Make way for the adept!
Flicker.
I'm getting sick.
Time for retribution!
Scatter.
Stray cloud confirmed! Inconsequential! Witness the power of Gugwa!
for the Adeptus!
Here you are.
Your coming was foretold! Bloom as the flowers in Guramar! Skyward! Ring the eternal oasis!
Process of elimination.
Filthy outsider!
This?
Dance with me! Scatter! Strike clouds converge! The show's only just begun! My sword!
Flicker.
Bloom as the flowers in Guramar! Yeah!
Alright, this is gonna take a while.
You are not welcome
here. Scatter.
Everybody stand back! I'm getting sick of this. Make way for the attack! Ow! Scatter! Skyward! Ring cutter! I'm going in! Skyward! Scatter! Seize the skies! Your coming was foretold! Bloom as the flowers in Guramar! Scatter! Everybody stand with me! Let me lead you a verse! For the eternal! The show's only just begun! Strike clouds converge! Don't yet! Skyward! Scatter!
Alright.
Skyward! Scatter!
On the way now. Have a safe trip.
Teamwork is dreamwork! Seize the skies! Rivet!
Let's begin.
Scatter! Skyward!
All you got? Don't be a killjoy. We've only just begun.
Make way for the Adeptus! Skyward!
A moment, please. Stay cool. Face your guilt.
Everybody stand back! Witness the power of God! Seize the skies! Skyward! Scatter!
Way now.
Really?
process of elimination.
I'm going in! Yeah! Scatter! Skyward! Inconstant stray clouds converge! Yeah! Skyward!
Have a safe trip.
A moment, please.
Skyward!
Let's end this quickly. You can't run. Well,
Seize the sky!
Killjoy.
Scatter! Skyward! Ha! Teamwork is dreamwork!
Let's begin. Flicker.
let's end this
Skyward!
quickly.
Scatter!
Scatter.
Make way for the Adeptus!
Well, that was worse than last time.
Stay cool. Face your guilt. Well, now.
Yeah! Scatter! Everybody stand back! Stray clouds converge!
A moment, please.
Ring cutter!
Don't be a killjoy.
Yeah! Scatter! Skyward! Make way for the attack!
Let's begin.
No, my sword!
Stay right there.
Have a safe trip.
Witness the power! Teamwork is dreamwork! Let's light it up! Yeah! Scatter! Seize the skies! Rain outlines your fate! Yeah! Scatter! Skyward!
Away now. This could get a little chilly.
Rain cutter! Stray clouds converge! Take flight! Kamisato art! Sumetsu!
A moment, please.
You can't run.
Yeah! Scatter! Witness the power of Gugwa! My apologies!
Stay clean. Face your guilt. Right now.
I slipped up.
Whirling snow! Scatter! Seize the skies! Sakura swirl!
A moment, please.
Incuts pure! Skyward!
Have a safe trip. Let's begin.
All right.
Fallen leaves, adorn it!
Way now. Stay clean. Face your guilt.
Up to it, Manzai! Sorry, pal. As one with wind and cloud.
Everybody stand back!
Mighty mythical beast! Many happy returns!
Just a team of plunge attackers, and I'll hate them.
Into the wind. Fallen leaves, adorn my night. One with nature.
Go with the wind.
Useless. Lament. Worthless. Here. Worthless. Here. Boring.
That last part was faster than I expected. The next one, blazing like a flaming flower. The foes here will not hold out for long. The defensive lines shall soon be utterly consumed by the raging inferno, leaving naught but ash behind. When triggering a vaporize or melt reaction, the character will be buffed. Seize victory on the blazing battlefield. It would be very funny if they told us to seize victory on the blazing battlefield, then didn't give us a single pyro character in the selection.
Let's light it up! Teamwork is strength!
Say cheese!
Skyward! Scatter! Let's light it up!
Hold that hook! Shoot! Going in!
Got him! Skyward! Make way for the Adeptus!
May I present? Let the world... How dare you!
Oh, you have got to be kidding me.
Everybody stand back! Strike up!
You have got to be kidding me. What the?
Quietly now. Gotcha.
Yoo-hoo!
Yeah! Got her! Skyward! Seize the skies! Game's up. Fun's over. Busted.
Let my name echo in song! Strike a pose!
Got her! Things are about to get dicey. Strike cloud converge! Quietly now.
Time to shine!
Here comes the catch. Take it easy. Riveting. Make way for the attack.
Strike a pose!
Gotcha. Things are about to get dicey.
Let the world collide!
Yeah, forget Bennett right now.
Shower me with praise!
Busted. Got her! Skyward! Here comes the catch. Strike cloud converge! Got her! Skyward!
Rain cutter!
Gotcha!
Let my name echo in song!
Got her! Things are about to get dicey. Seize the skies! Busted! Witness the power of the wild! Know my sword! Got her! Game's up! Fun's over!
Strike a pose! Time to shine!
Gutsy!
Let me weave you a bit!
Got her! Quietly now. Take it easy. Here comes the catch.
Another test session. That tingle.
Skyward! Scatter! Make way for the Adeptus!
Ring cutter. At the frying pan.
Scatter! Skyward!
Kamisato up. Suyu.
Scatter! Skyward!
You're toast!
Seize the skies! Skyward!
Witness the power of Gugwa.
Mind the deluge.
Guba, get them!
Strike cloud confirmed! Skyward! Scatter!
Here we go. And I immediately chose wrong.
At the frying pan, into the fire!
I should be fine.
Billowing surge!
Cascade. Kamisato up. Suyu.
Strike a pose! Nice and spicy! My name, echo and song! Loba, get them! Let the world come alive! Right hand into the fire! Race you!
Mind the deluge.
Torrent, bring refuge!
All right.
Rest and rebuild!
Access denied. This is long overdue.
For dead meat!
Things are about to get dicey. Born of ice and frost.
Hold the line! Covenant of the deep! Buckle up!
Blaze over. No touching. Born of icy.
Gloves off!
Here comes the catch.
Rest, rebuild!
Access denied.
Hold the line!
All right. Next. Law of concentrated white light. The combined elements grant the warrior a lasting advantage, which will surely be converted into victory in the end. When a character deals elemental damage to an opponent, all characters in the party will gain increased elemental mastery. Seize every edge in battle to build up an insurmountable advantage.
Rain Cutter! Shine down! Inazuma shines eternal! Ha! There is no escape!
Lightning purified!
You are not welcome here.
Hold the line! Billowing surge!
Torn to oblivion! Shine down! Witness the power of the wild!
Out of my way! Our bond is strong!
There is no escape! Magic begins! Inazuma shines eternal! Shine down! Rain Cutter!
I'll settle this! Covenant of the Deep!
Now you shall perish!
Get with me!
Know my sword! Let me read you a verse. Inazuma shines eternal! Illusion shut.
Rain Cutter!
Right now, emerge. Right now.
Lightning purified!
Nothing lasts forever. Emerge. Right here. Right now.
You are not welcome here.
Rain outlines your fate. Let me weave you a verse. Come on out. Emerge. Right now. I'm always watching. Shine down. Torn to oblivion.
I'll settle this! Dissipate!
Know my soul. Witness the power of the wild. Sheridan, emerge. Right now. A sight to behold.
Fulfill my duty. No slacking off.
Now you shall perish. Illusion shattered.
How can this be?
Lightning purified!
Will break it.
The bond is strong!
Rain Cutter. Nothing lasts forever. Right here. Emerge. Right here. Inazuma shines eternal. There is no escape.
Just barely made that one.
Emerge. Right here. Right now.
Everyone hold hands! Dissipate! Out of my way! I see everything!
Emerge. I'm always watching.
Teamwork is dreamwork! Purging transgressions!
Right now. Emerge.
Get with me!
Come on out. Right here.
Everyone hold hands! I'll settle this!
my sincerity.
Incoming! Nowhere to hide.
Teamwork is dreamwork! Rain outlines your fate. Witness the power.
Let's move out. Don't blink! Speed of light!
The banquet is here and
rebuild!
let's light it up! Off we go!
Torrent, bring refuge! Cut to the chase!
Let me weave you a verse.
Don't blink! Speed of light! Hey! With sword comes shadow. Everybody stand back! Incoming!
Witness the power of Gua. Know my sword.
Billowing surge! Allow me! Cut to the chase! Speed of light! Hey!
I'm going in!
Incoming!
Alright, it ends with the best case scenario.
Shine down! Now you shall perish!
The wind knows me.
Covenant of the deep! This may hurt a little.
There is no escape!
One with nature.
Hold the line!
Torn to oblivion!
As one with wind and cloud.
Torrent, bring refuge!
Now you shall perish!
The wind knows me. Fallen leaves.
Torn!
Rest, rebuild!
Beautiful. Hit the wrong button still. And Nuvalet's gone. Finally, we are at the Shimmering Tree Shadows. The flourishing grasses conceal endless possibilities within. When a character triggers a Dendro-related reaction, all characters in the party will gain increased elemental mastery. Use the vitality gifted by the vigorous grasses to shift the balance in your favor.
Out of my
Busted.
I'll settle this. Ready, go! I'll protect us. Don't be scared.
Our bond is strong. Things are about to get dicey.
Out of my way.
Gotcha. Stand with me. Game's up. Fun's over.
Hey, go away.
Our bond is strong.
Let the show begin. You play. I'll settle this.
Quietly now. Here comes the catch. Stand with me.
Ready, go!
Lightning terrified.
Seems like an emergency.
Wings of darkness, come, sever night from day.
No rest for the wicked.
Game's up. Fun's over. Gotcha.
Go get it, you away. Oz, reveal thyself. Midnight Phantasmagoria.
A bitter pill to swallow. Remember, health comes first.
Things are about to get dicey. Quietly now.
By royal decree. Hey, go away. Wings of darkness, come, sever night. I summon thee.
Here comes the catch.
Mind the side effects.
Your journey ends here.
Taking a turn for the better.
Lord of Sand, your sacrifice is ready.
Oz, reveal thyself.
No rest for the wicked. As you wish, Maid Fräulein.
Gotcha. Busted.
By royal decree.
Here you are. The process of elimination.
Game's up. Fun's over. Quietly now.
Shadow Raven, let night fall. Ready, go! Don't be scared.
Busted. Things are about to get dicey.
I summon thee.
As you wish, Maid Fräulein.
Gotcha.
No rest for the... Defract!
journey ends here.
Blade, you're up! Odds reveal by...
Quicker. Game's up. Fun's over. Quietly now.
Everything's aligned for this moment.
Hey!
Yeah.
Don't blink! Hey! Strike a pose!
Yeah! Scatter! Skyward!
Speed of light! Let the world collide!
Skyward!
With sword comes shadow.
Seize the skies!
Shower me with drink! Don't blink!
Care for a dance?
Make yourselves a move! This way, hurry! Hey!
Dance with me!
Time to shine!
Be a good audience, won't you?
Incoming!
And that is the end of Triumphant Frenzy. Next on the list is the Spiral Abyss. And we are 3 hours and 48 minutes into this stream. Not bad. But first, we have just enough for 3 wishes. So let's take a moment to see if we can get Nahida in 3 wishes. Wish number 1 in 3, 2, 1. No luck, but the blood-tainted greatsword. Number 2. Not there, it's just a Sky Rider. Wish number 3. Purple, but not gold. But we did get a Kave constellation. I call that a win. Let our journey into the Spiral Abyss begin. Blessing of the Abyssal Moon, Resilient Moon. After the active character's plunging attack hits opponents, the character's plunging attack damage is increased by 20% for 8 seconds. This effect can be triggered once every 0.1 seconds, with a max of 3 stacks. Each stack's duration is counted independently. This effect will be cleared if the character leaves the field. Alrighty, we're facing humans and mechs, humans and mechs, humans, slimes, and mimics, humans, mechs, and slimes, and crabs. Humans, mechs, and metaturals. And humans and mechs. Simple enough. I really should work on building some other Dendro characters other than Nahida, Tainari, and Alhaitham.
Another test subject.
And so.
I got help. The wrong test subject.
I hear everything.
With sword comes shadow.
I got carried.
Clouds high. The birds call into the wind.
Boom boom!
My blade! Finally, No.
Stabilize!
Ring cutter!
Illusion shattered!
This is order.
You're the fairy.
The wrong test subject.
Shine down!
Ah, one moment. It would certainly help if there was a notification on the controller itself where it would just vibrate or something if the battery was low. But no, it has to appear right on the screen as if you're not holding the controller and won't notice if something's wrong. Alright, now everything's going to pool into my mailbox.
Time to go. The wind knows me.
Inadmissible evidence! Motion to compel!
Fallen leaves adorn my night.
Nowhere to hide.
Another test subject. Freeze!
Don't blink! Hey! Cut to the chase!
One with nature. As one with wind and cloud.
Speed of light!
Test subject. Gather!
Witness the power!
Inazuma shines eternal!
Another test subject.
Everyone hold hands!
Try! Order guide you.
Hey!
Excuse me? Let's nip that in the bud.
Don't blink! With sword comes shadow. Time for your arraignment!
To winter. One with nature. One with the forest.
Hey! Cut to the chase.
Crumble! I will have order!
There is no escape! Ring cutter! Torn to oblivion! Illusion shattered!
It's fine. I need to take care of this anyway. That should be enough. Alright. Humans and mechs, pure mechs, specters and shrooms, abysmal bishops, ruin greater, and humans. Alright, that decides that. I'll try something different this time. What's the worst that could happen?
Time to go. The wind knows me.
Shouldn't get careless.
That hurts! Fallen leaves, adorn my night!
Incoming! With sword comes shadow.
Well, that was fast.
This is order.
Shine down!
No, my sword! Let me weave you a verse.
Now you shall perish!
Into the wind!
Incinerate! Don't blink! Hey!
Silence!
Clouds high. The birds
Motion to compel!
power. Inazuma shines eternal.
Your journey ends here, Lord of Sand. Bow your head. Your sacrifice is ready.
One with nature.
Cut to the chase.
Now you're testing my patience. Now you're testing my patience. Will. Again. Will. Meet again.
I see everything.
Stabilize. This is order.
Illusion shattered.
Ring cutter.
Torn to oblivion.
Alright, next up. Hiliturls and Slimes. Bishops. Mages and Slimes. Next, Ruin Machines and Humans. Simple enough.
Time to go. Into the wind.
Silence.
Speed of light. Incinerate.
One with nature.
Nowhere to hide.
The wind knows me.
Bow your head. The tides beckon.
Time for your arraignment. With sword comes shadow.
Body, let me read you a verse.
Now you shall perish.
Order guide you.
There is no escape.
No, my sword.
Commit it to memory. Hey!
Into the wind. Falling leaves.
Adorn. Settle down.
Incoming. Hey! The room!
Be sanctified.
The wind knows me.
Nowhere to hide. Speed of light. Incinerate!
Wind strider.
Incoming.
As one with wind and cloud.
Silence.
Don't blink. With sword comes shadow. Incoming.
Into the wind.
The room!
Settle down.
Speed of light. Incinerate! The breath of the flame.
silence!
The tides beckon.
Solidify!
Witness the power of good. Shine down.
Roll.
I will have order.
Torn to oblivion. Illusion shattered.
The wind's moving.
Don't blink.
Clouds high. The birds come.
Motion to compel.
Settle down!
One with nature.
Cut to the chase. Incoming. Hey!
Be sanctified.
Don't blink.
Stabilize.
Shall be punished. I see everything.
Shine down.
Ring cutter.
This is order.
Now you shall perish.
Be gone.
Illusion shattered.
No mercy.
I got another test.
Where are you?
Try.
Let me weave you a verse.
That tingle?
Inazuma shines eternal.
Be gone.
There is no escape.
This is order.
Witness the power of good. Illusion shattered.
Commit to memory.
Torn to oblivion.
This body.
Suffocation. Order guide you.
Alright, we're already at floor 12. And we've got the Breacher Primus and Mechs, along with the Ruined Serpent, Eremites, and the Setek Wenud, Mechs, and Eon Blight. Oh, this'll be interesting. I somehow survived this setup last time. Let's see if we can do it again.
Into the wind.
With sword comes shadow.
Can't see? Yeah. I hear everything.
Incinerate! Incoming! Hey!
Fallen leaves. Adorn my night. One with nature.
Time for your arraignment! Don't blink! Nowhere to hide.
The wind knows me.
Motion to compel.
One with nature.
I'll uproot you! One with the forest.
Incoming. Hey! Cut to the chase.
As one with wind and cloud.
Incinerate!
The wind knows me.
Boom boom!
Let's nip that in the bud.
Got lucky that time. Don't blink! Speed of light! With sword comes shadow.
Can't see? I'll uproot you!
Into the wind. Fallen leaves, adorn my night. Let's nip that in the bud.
Yeah, this isn't working. Okay, new tactic.
I will have order. Rise!
As one with wind and cloud.
Incinerate!
Kamisato up. Suyu!
The wind knows me.
Time for your arraignment!
One with nature.
Be still.
Boom boom!
This is order.
The wind knows me. Clouds high. The birds.
Motion to compel.
The depths beckon.
Into the wind.
Boom boom!
Time to go. One with nature.
Order guide you.
Motion to compel.
The wind knows me. As one with wind and cloud.
Cascade. Kamisato up. Suyu. Solidify.
Wrap up the flame.
Into the wind.
Incinerate.
I will have order.
The wind knows me. Fallen leaves, adorn.
Boom boom!
One with nature.
Okay. That was better.
Everyone hold hands!
Shine down!
Coming at ya! Hiya!
Inazuma shines eternal! There is no escape!
Fire! Well, with rocks. Coming at ya! Watch out!
Let me weave you a verse. Shine down!
Coming at ya! Hiya! Ha! Attack! That's coming at ya!
Torn to oblivion! There is no escape!
Coming at ya! Fire! Well, with rocks.
Witness the power of... Shine down!
Grow!
Ha! Inazuma shines eternal! Illusion shattered!
Committed to memory!
Rain outlines your fate.
Your journey ends
To
here.
target practice.
Order set. Stabilize. This is order.
Motion to compel.
Where do you think you're going? Clouds high. The birds mind the deluge. Time to go. One with nature.
Boom! Time for your arraignment!
But we'll
Your coming was foretold. Dance with me.
where the
Eternal
fallen
oasis.
leaves adorn my nothing.
Be a good audience, won't you?
I will have order.
Into the wind.
The filthy outsider.
Not done yet!
Solidify.
The wind knows me.
The eternal oasis.
Be still. Back.
At least, you were here to watch. Coming at ya!
Shine down.
Coming at ya! Attack! Fire! Well, with rocks.
Time to act. Let me weave you a verse.
Grow!
Now you shall perish.
Committed to memory! Attack!
There is no escape. Inazuma shines eternal. Shine down. Rain cutter.
Grow! Coming at ya! Attack! Hiya! Fire! Well, with rocks. Committed to memory.
There is no escape.
Grow! Watch out!
Now you shall perish.
body and mind. Witness the power.
Illusion. Committed to memory. Inazuma shines eternal.
This is order. As one with wind and cloud.
Motion to compel.
Into the wind.
Breath of the flame.
The wind knows me. Stabilize. Order guide you.
Incinerate.
Cascade. Mind the deluge. Into the wind. Fallen leaves. Adorn.
Boom.
One with nature. This is order.
Motion to compel.
Into the wind. As one with wind and cloud. Cascade. The depths beckon.
Boom.
Wind striving. Gather.
Motion to compel. Feeling lucky. Hey there! Fire! Well, with rocks. This one's got your name on it. Hey! Now you shall perish.
Rain cutter.
There is no escape. This one's got your name on it. Hiya! Shine down. Ha! Ha! I see everything. There is no escape.
Rain outlines your fate.
This might hurt a little.
Watch out! Inazuma shines eternal. Shine down. Watch out! Fire! Well, with rocks.
Witness the power of Gugwa.
Illusion shattered. Watch out! Now you shall perish. Shine down.
No, my sword.
Fire! Well, with rock. Hey there!
Share my knowledge.
There is no escape. Inazuma shines eternal.
Rain cutter.
Shine down.
Committed to memory.
Alright. Actually managed to make it through the Spiral Abyss on the first try. No crazy trial and error needed. So how much did we get out of this? Oh, 620, not bad.
Quit following. Behold!
Wait, what? Why do I still hear fireworks in the background, all the way in Mondstadt?
Ad Astra. Thank you for completing today's commissions. Here is your reward.
Alright, we got 4 more wishes. Let's see what our luck is like. Nothing for number 1. Nothing for number 2. Nothing for number 3. Will number 4 be the one? 3, 2, 1. Nope. Number 4 isn't the one either. Oh well. So the next goal of this stream is Ascension material and artifact farming, because I think it's time for me to upgrade my Kazuha and a few other characters, because this is the build that I made 2 years ago when he was first released, with minor tuning. His attack is around 1900. Defense, 1600. It doesn't need to be that high at this point. I know how to dodge with Kazuha. So I can put more focus into attack than defense. I have an entire artifact with maxed out defense main stat. Let's actually see if I have what I need. No. 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 Alright, so that's the first thing I'm gonna be hunting for. A new clock piece. Sands of Eon. Seriously, why do I still hear fireworks?
I've been waiting for you for ages.
Are you here to play with me?
The wind knows me. Fallen leaves, adorn my night!
Incoming!
Consider the case.
Test subject. The wrong test subject. Picked the wrong test subject.
Oh, nuts. Yeah, I forgot. I forgot to make condensed resin for this. Okay, so it actually has the attack percent stat I was looking for. The substats could be better, though. So yeah, all of this grinding is going to burn up a lot of my fragile resin that I usually save for a marathon stream at the end of the year.
Time to go.
But don't worry, I'll think of something else for that.
Strike a pop! Are you here? Don't blink! Hey! Let me amuse myself a little. Incoming!
I got carried.
One with nature.
Another test.
Shower me with don't blink!
As one with wind and cloud.
Grow! Over here! Speed of light! Hey!
Picked the wrong test subject. Picked the wrong test subject.
Time to go.
Are you
Into the wind.
This way through incoming! Let me amuse
The wrong test subject.
Nowhere to hide.
Picked the wrong test subject.
Maybe. Of course it's crit rate. I gotta go hunting for that too.
One with nature.
Cut to the chase. Yeah. Speed of light. Hey!
Can't run from death.
Time to go.
Picked the wrong test subject.
You find this artifact set that feels just so right that you're using it for 2 years, and in that time span, you forget how painful artifact hunting is.
The wrong test.
The wind knows me.
You can't run from death.
Okay, this one's pretty good. In remembrance of viridescent fields. Energy recharge, elemental mastery, and attack plus 4.7%. And what do I currently have on Kazuha? Elemental mastery, crit rate, defense, and HP. Okay. Okay. Note to self, use these for some for artifact leveling. Alright. Here we go. Come on, please be some... Huh? Oh, right. There was an update like that, wasn't there? Alright, come on. Please. Please be something good. Well, let's hope it doesn't get leveled up again. Okay, not bad, not bad. Alright, that at least pushes me into 2000 territory. So overall, the characters that I want to start either building from scratch or improving upon are Kazuha, Furina, Kuching, want to do some minor tweaks on Rite and Shogun's build. Definitely Tainari. I'll keep Singcho in the back of my mind. Most definitely Nouvelette. He's strong as he is now. So just imagine what I could get out of him after increasing his attack by about 1,000. But his crit damage is already 254%. Finally, I also want to take the time to properly level up Kokomi. That's going to take a lot of artifact grinding and also going for Ascension materials. So why don't we get started with that?
You're trembling. Is it the cold or just cowardice?
Silence!
Detestable. Into the frozen void. Illusion shattered. Ha!
Yeah. Stabilize. Bow your head.
Now you shall perish. Embrace your searing reckoning.
Order guide you. Silence!
Embrace your searing reckoning!
Be
Embrace
sanctified.
your searing reckoning! All must, but I never asked for redemption.
Finally!
Never.
I finally beat her before she went into our fire tornado state. Finally.
There is no escape!
Committed to memory.
Bow your head.
Absurd! Illusions are but distractions, torn to oblivion!
Solidify!
Just wait for you.
Silence! The tides beckon.
Pathetic.
I will have order.
Committed to memory.
Illusion shattered!
Settle down.
This body is eternal.
Grow.
Purge all obstacles! Now you shall perish! Perish!
Committed to memory.
In spirit!
Let the mighty be humbled.
Witness! Shine down! Final calamity! Perish!
Grow.
There is no escape!
Bow your head. Stabilize. Order guide.
Follow my blade!
This way, Furina. The Temple of Wisdom.
Eternity is in my hands!
Silence.
Torn to oblivion! Shine down!
Settle down.
All right. A Northlander catalyst billet. And our final destination for the day is the all-devouring narwhal.
Hey!
There is no escape!
Everyone hold hands.
head.
Shine down!
Grow, grow, grow!
There is no escape!
I will have order.
Illusion shattered! Ha!
This may hurt a little. Committed to memory.
Settle down.
I see everything.
Be sanctified. Solidified.
Inazuma shines eternal! Shine down!
Bow your head. This is order. Stabilize. The time's better. Silence.
There is no escape!
Everyone hold hands.
Ha! Torn to oblivion!
Crumble. I will have order.
This may hurt a little.
Settle down. Let the mighty be humble.
Inazuma shines eternal! Illusion shattered! There is no escape!
This is order.
Coward.
I see everything.
Perfect. Lightless Eye of the Maelstrom. Oh! And we found a decent Sands of Eon. Nice. Can't get better than that. Well, we've now been going for just short of 5 hours, so now would be a good time to end the stream. So, thank you so much for everyone who came to watch the stream today, and those who come to watch the playback later. Be sure to like, comment, and subscribe, and turn on notifications so you'll be notified of the next Genshin Impact stream. And thank you for watching.